As a dragon descendant, Che Yu knelt on the ground. His body was trembling and he was unable to recover. Yun Xiao was shocked. He patted Che Yu on the shoulder, and his energy flowed through his palm and into Che Yu's body, helping him dispel the horror. Is it that exaggerated? Supreme Overlord, Supreme Pressure Overlord. Che Yu trembled as he raised his head, his face filled with fear. That's the supreme aura of the true Dragon Lord. The bone-scale double-edged Taowu was forged from the true dragon's divine body. His words were like thunder striking across the sky. Everyone was shaking, their faces filled with fear. Yun Xiao was equally surprised. The remains of a true dragon? He asked. Dissing Luo, how is this possible? However, he immediately thought of the dragon's tooth that was taken away by Wu Deshang at the Dragon's Tooth Villa. He was stunned for a moment before he said in a daze, could it be true? Even the first dragon of the Eastern Sea didn't have such a terrifying presence. Only the head of all creatures, born from the essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, and the ancient true dragon that was almost condensed by the rules, could be above the first dragon. Yun Xiao licked his lips, his eyes shining. The remains of a true dragon? He himself was taken aback. He knew that the bone-scale daggers were the legacy treasures of the Grey Demon tribe, but he had not expected them to be so powerful. He was both surprised and delighted. He was happy that such a treasure could still have a lot of room to unleash its power. He had never known about the roar attack just now. If he wasn't facing life and death, he would never know. He was shocked that the attack just now had also exhausted his power. The other party was an existence that surpassed him, the strongest realm that could be reached in this world void extreme divine realm. Thinking of this, Mo hurriedly retreated and fled towards the demon army. They were already extremely lucky to have escaped from Wei Wuya. Although the remaining 4 ghost Azuras were injured by the aftershock of the two's exchange, they did not feel anything and quickly chased after them. Wei Wuya stood 1,000 feet away and looked on coldly. His aura had also dropped back to divine transcendence. I knew it, Gu Qingqing suddenly said. Yun Xiao frowned. What are you trying to say? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so ridiculous. Gu Qingqing glanced at him and then at Chu Hongyan. Her eyes were full of praise as she said, indeed a perfect match. Hongyan's looks make this lady love and hate at the same time. Chu Hongyan smiled and bowed. You're too kind, Senior. Senior. Gu Qingqing laughed. You should be calling me Grandmaster, she said. I'll only acknowledge you as my Grandmaster after you return Yunshang's body, Chu Hongyan said. The conversation between the two shocked the people around them, and they looked at Gu Qingqing up and down. The great Grandmaster of the Divine Cloud Palace Master. Wasn't this identity a little too scary? It was far above Amaterasu. Why Gu Qingqing smiled and said, I don't need to look into his life. Wei Wuya's state can't be maintained for too long. Everyone's heart trembled as they perked up their ears to listen. Wei Qing was shocked. Bitch! What nonsense are you talking about? He shouted in anger. Gu Qingqing laughed. What? You don't allow me to say anything? This lady is going to say it. Su Ji was at the 3rd level of the Supreme Tao stage. Wei Wuya was too arrogant and thought he was the first in 100,000 years. Both Yinantian and I have reached this level before, but we couldn't stay for long because of the rules. Yinantian was powerful, but he could only hold on for 6 hours. Although I'm not as talented, I can still last for an hour. If I'm not wrong, this Wei Wuya can only last for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, not only by the information revealed, but also by Gu Qingqing's identity. She had once stepped into the Void Divine Realm and was also the Grand Master of the Divine Firmament Palace Master. What? Tenzatzi and the others were suddenly shocked, and they seemed to have thought of a name. Yuring Luo. No. Gu Qingqing waved her hand and interrupted. No matter who you guess who I am, I will not admit it at this moment. After recovering from his shock, Tian Zhaozi hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, Senior. All the human warriors felt strange. Amaterasu was already at the top of the human race. and almost no one could surpass him. But now, this little girl had become his senior. However, everyone did not dare to be rash and hurriedly followed suit. Except for Yunxiao, Beifeng Nan, and Cheiyu, all of them were extremely respectful. Yunxiao had fought with her for a while, so he naturally did not have any respect for her. As for Cheiyu, he was still lying on the ground, frightened by the true dragon's roar. Even if he did, he would not pay her any attention. Beifeng Nan's face was calm, and he had been healing his injuries. In terms of seniority, when he was dominating the world, Gu Qingqing's 18th generation grandfather might not even have been born. Wei Qing was also shocked, as if he had also guessed Gu Qingqing's identity, and his mouth was wide open. Gu Qingqing laughed. Actually, this Wei Wuya is already very strong. He's at the Void God realm. Even 100,000 years ago, he was one of the top figures. If that's the case, then he's already invincible in the world. Isn't there no more progress for him? Chu Hongyan asked. Gu Qingqing shook her head. Wei Wuya's words are wrong. Under the current rules of the heavenly Tao, there is no proof of whether the Void Realm can advance further. In other words, no one has ever done it before. No one knows whether this is the end of the path. Even so, reaching the immortal level is still a lifelong pursuit because once one reaches the immortal level, it means that one's lifespan will increase greatly, and one can live for more than 1,000 years. A mayfly over 1,000 years old. Everyone's heart warmed up. Who didn't want to live long? Even the experts who had reached the peak of perfection had never heard of a lifespan that exceeded 500 years. Most of them were only over 300 years old. To them, the meaning of living another 1,000 years was not to enjoy a good life, but to continue pursuing the heavenly Tao. Gu Qingqing continued. In addition, every step forward in the immortal state will greatly increase one's lifespan. It's said that those who reach the end of the divine path can live forever and live as long as the heavens and earth. While everyone was still immersed in their beautiful visions, Bei Xiaonan suddenly opened his eyes and said, "The end of the divine path? Hee." Gu Qingqing was enjoying everyone's adoring gazes, and he laughed at her, which made her angry. "What are you laughing at, you zombie?" Bei Xiaonan's handsome face had returned, but Gu Qingqing had already seen the zombie's body. "It's nothing," said Bei Xiaonan. He closed his eyes again, not wanting to say anything to her. Gu Qingqing stomped her foot in anger and kept pushing his body, not letting him go. Beiming Nan was speechless for a while. He could only say, "There is no end to the divine path. Or rather, no one has ever reached the end of the divine path." He paused for a moment, then shook his head slightly, and said, "I wonder if that senior has reached the finish line and what the scene after the finish line is like." Gu Qingqing was stunned and looked at him strangely. She couldn't help but size him up a few more times. He was arrogant because he had the capital to do so, but why was this zombie even more arrogant than him? Yunxiao gave him a thumbs up and chuckled. "I'll give you 10 points for this act." However, he knew that Beifeng Nan wasn't trying to be pretentious. He was just expressing his thoughts. At the same time, he was also very curious about the senior that Beifeng Nan was talking about. Gu Qingqing said coldly, "Aren't you afraid of laughing your head off? Why don't you tell me who the senior who stepped into the end of the divine path is?" Beiming Nan thought for a while and said, "Lord Mahaka Yappa." Gu Qingqing's face changed drastically, and Tenzatzi Yunxiao and the others were also shocked. It was clear that these people had all heard of ancient god Maha's name. Gu Qingqing laughed. "I was wondering who you would be talking about. It turns out you're using ancient god Maha to fool me." Humph. Obviously, she didn't mind. It seemed that Beiming Nan knew a lot about ancient god Maha, and he would ask him more about it later. Everyone's eyes returned to the battlefield, and it seemed that Gu Qingqing was right. After Wei Wuya returned to the divine transcendence realm, he stood still and coldly looked at the referee, who was hiding behind the crowd. The 4 ghost Azuras chased after them, but were stopped by a large number of demon experts. The battle was fierce. The 12 ghost Azuras that were chasing after Shang and Huang were also in a difficult situation. Shang immediately cast Heaven's Seal, suppressing the 6 ghost Azuras. He walked forward step by step, his hands shining with gold and silver light, and slapped the temple of one of the ghost Azuras. The ghost Azura's body trembled and turned into two colors that flickered continuously. After a few breaths, it exploded with a bang, and exploded into countless pieces of flesh. The referee then walked towards the other five. Wei Qing and the others widened their eyes. Wasn't this killing too easy? Wei Wuya's expression also darkened. Whether it was Yi or Shang, to possess such a large area of effect divine power was like a nightmare for the ghost Azura. Only Desolate was fighting the 6 ghost Azuras head-on. He seemed to be struggling as if his strength was lacking. Boom! Yet another ghost Azura was smashed to pieces. Although Shang looked relaxed, maintaining the seal of the heavens and using the ghost-shattering Shura technique was a huge test for him, who was already injured. Yunxiao could even see that his physical strength was rapidly declining, and his injuries were worsening. Wei Qing couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "All of you, kill this person first." The remaining ghost Shura immediately followed the order and charged at Shang. Wei Qing also seemed to have noticed something. The sky-sealing seal had to be maintained at an extremely powerful level. With so many ghost Azuras charging at it, it was impossible to withstand it. As expected, Shang's expression changed. He could not care less about killing the other 4. He immediately put away the sky-sealing seal and escaped into the army like Yi. Desolate had been fighting 6 Azuras, so when he saw the 2 of them run away, he turned around and ran away. Azura Ghost and the golden-armored Death Warrior finally met up and charged towards the demon army. The battle became extremely fierce, almost like a massacre. Shang's condition seemed to have worsened. "Retreat. This battle is meaningless. Leave." Desolate sneered and said, "This entire area is being suppressed by the true Earth Sigil. How can we leave?" "Leave some high-level martial artists to cover the retreat," the referee said. "Let the army retreat in batches. I don't believe they'll keep chasing us. I'm the emperor of demons of this generation." Huang said slowly with a cold tone, "I'll lead this battle and create a golden age for the demons. Anyone who dares to take a step back will be killed without mercy." The referee was shocked. Not only him, but the referee, CI, and the others also frowned, feeling a little surprised. The other party's killing machine was so powerful that even if they had the advantage in numbers, they would still be using their lives to fight. In the end, both sides would suffer. Moreover, there were more and more experts on the other side, and the void extreme divine realm couldn't resist. Mo's face darkened. "Huang, are you crazy? If you want to fight, then fight. I'm going to leave with my subordinates." Desolate turned around, looking at him coldly. "I am the emperor of all demons. Do you really want to disobey my order? The emperor of 10,000 demons?" Mo sneered. "TSK. TSK. So impressive. Did you self-proclaim it?" Shang's heart skipped a beat, as if he had a bad feeling. He clenched his 5 fingers in the air, and a ball of light gradually condensed under his palm. Desolate's host beast, the southern dipper purple deer, was faintly visible within. "Desolate, I don't care what you're thinking, but don't forget this thing," Shang said coldly. He exerted some force with his fingers and a force bound the deer, causing it to wail in pain. "Lord Huang," CI also said in a deep voice, "this concerns the fate of our clan. We must not have any internal strife now." "Humph. Don't have any internal strife?" Desolate's eyes were cold. "High Priest, why don't you tell the 2 traitors?" Shang had a bad feeling and frowned. Even Bai clenched his daggers and stared at them warily. Suddenly, with a deafening sound, Desolate burst through the air and pounced forward, his 5 fingers forming a claw as he clawed at Shang. CI was shocked, knowing that Shang's condition was terrible and might not be able to take Huang's attack. He rushed forward. Suddenly, a figure flickered, and the saber light fell directly in front of him, blocking him. "High Priest, if you want to fight, let me be your opponent," she said coldly. CI's face turned ugly. He was not in the mood to fight as he watched Huang grab Shang. Shang was taken aback as well. He did not expect the beast to suddenly attack him. In a fit of anger, he clenched his fist. The Southern Dipper purple elk let out a blood-curdling screech as its huge body was dragged out of the imprisonment space and thrown over. Bang! Desolate smirked. He turned his claw into a fist and smashed the deer into pieces. Ah! A few people exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes suddenly widened, as if they couldn't believe it. Desolate didn't stop after crushing the deer with his fist. Instead, he continued to attack. Boom! After a moment of shock, Xiang came back to his senses and hurriedly punched out as well. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and was pushed back hundreds of feet. This sudden attack also affected the battle and even attracted the attention of all the human martial artists. They seem to have started fighting? Xianxia said in surprise. Where there are people, there will be martial arts, Yunxiao said slowly. Even within the demon race, they are not as united as we are. Just like us humans, there are all kinds of people. He glanced at Gongyang Jingqi and Wei Qing, intentionally or unintentionally. The two of them felt his gaze and snorted heavily with a gloomy face. In the monster clan, Mo Jing said, Desolate, your host is a swan and I. Ha ha ha. Huang laughed wildly. His cold eyes swept across Xiang, Ci, and the others. The violet rain beast of the Southern Dipper was indeed my host beast. I have been heavily guarding it to prevent it from being captured. But what you traitors don't know is that as long as our heavenly demon clan's power reaches the peak, we can sever our fate and sign a new contract with the beast of our master. Ci's expression changed greatly, and he said in shock, Sever fate. Sign a new monastic robe. The other people's expressions also changed drastically. Shijing said, Your Majesty, you just said you passed the peak of perfection Kasaya. Yuan and the others were startled. They looked at Desolate in fear, feeling cold. Desolate's eyes glowed with a never-before-seen domineering and arrogant attitude. High Priest, do you still believe in the heavenly Tao's choice you've made? A violent energy gushed out from Desolate's body, surging like a tsunami and forcing the others to step back. In just a breath, the aura quieted down, and the pressure dissipated. However, even though it was only for a moment, Xiang and the others' faces had already turned as ugly as a pig's liver. Even Ci's face was ashen. The power at that moment was the same as Wei Wuya's, the void extreme divine realm. In the distance, Yunxiao and the others were also dumbfounded, and Wei Wuya's face paled with horror. His eyes flickered with a gloomy light, and no one knew what he was thinking. Huang walked toward the temple and said coldly, As the high priest of our tribe, you betrayed us. You deserve to die 10,000 times. She was shocked and hurriedly stood in front of Ci, saying, Your Majesty, please give the high priest another chance. Huang slapped Shi away and said, I've already given him a chance. TSK, do you think that your cultivation is so high that you can see the heavenly Tao? The so-called choice is just a one-sided choice of fate. When you gave up the last chance I gave you, you were already doomed. Go to hell and repent, my former high priest. Ciz stood rooted to the ground, his face full of shock and disbelief. Countless questions appeared in his mind. However, he didn't have much time to think. Desolate appeared beside him, grabbed his head, broke it, and threw it into the sky. Chi. Blood gushed out like a fountain, shooting several zhang high. Xiang and the others wanted to save him, but it was too late. Ci's headless body fell backward. The judge roared and activated the armillary sphere to its maximum. The dual-axis force turned into a blade and slashed down. Humph, what transcendent grade profound level weapon. What calamity fiend true body. Too weak. Too weak. Desolate laughed loudly. His strength was pushed to the peak as he grabbed the two axes and tore them apart. Bang! The huge force bounced back, causing Xiang to spit out a mouthful of blood, his body's functions dropping rapidly. Even if you've reincarnated for 10,000 years, if you want to hide from my throne, you'll have to wait for your next life. Huang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He rushed forward and slammed his palm down on Xiang's head. Don't! Li screamed and rushed up. He had almost burned all of his energy to stab the dagger at Desolate's vital parts. Humph! Foolish! Desolate changed his palm and smacked Li away as if he was smacking a fly. Li's blood spilled in the air. Then he seemed to have changed his mind. He did not want to take Xiang's life directly. Instead, he stepped forward and kicked Xiang's chest, shattering his bones, and meridians. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Many of his internal organs were broken. His aura dropped to the lowest point and he fell from the sky with Li. Huang looked at the two of them falling and said, "Zha, keep an eye on the two of them and send them to the death row." Xiang still had the armillary sphere with him, and before he could figure out the secret of this saint item, Xiang's life was still of great use to him. This change immediately caused a huge commotion. Under the slaughter of the killing weapons, the number of casualties among the demons rapidly increased. However, Huang didn't seem to mind. He looked at Yuan and said coldly, "Mr. Jean." Mo's expression changed several times and he immediately bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Haha, you're a smart man, Mr. Nye. However, this is also your last chance. If you can't grasp it, I can only express my regret," Desolate said coldly. Mo's forehead was covered in sweat as he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll definitely be loyal." Desolate's eyes were cold, but he became enthusiastic as he complimented. "I'm very pleased that you have such an idea, Mr. Ku. It's a great fortune for us." He forced a smile. Both of them knew what the other was thinking. "My ancestor seemed to have obtained something before he was suppressed in the Five-Cloud Mountain," Huang said, deep in thought. "Things? What's that?" Mo's heart trembled, but his face was still filled with confusion. "The Buddhist demon sacred art," Huang said word by word. "What?" Yi's face was filled with shock as he cried out involuntarily, "My race's most powerful divine art, the Buddhist demon sacred art." Huang stared at his face and said, "It's this saint art. Back then, the Buddhist demon clan used this to rule over our clan for tens of thousands of years, creating the most prosperous era in the history of the demon clan." "The Fan Yao clan has been extinct for countless years," Mo hurriedly said. "I've only heard of the Fan Yao sacred art. My ancestor has never obtained it." "Oh, you mean you're useless now?" Huang said slowly. "Let me think. Oh right, I remember now." Mo's heart trembled. He smacked his head and said excitedly, "The ancestors' notes did mention this item. There seems to be a clue. It's a pity that the ancestors' notes were destroyed, so I can't remember it clearly. I have to think about it slowly, and I should be able to recall it." "If that's the case," Huang sneered, "Mr. Nye, you can try to recall it. I hope you can remember it after today's battle." I will, Mo hurriedly replied, but his heart was filled with all sorts of thoughts. "Today's battle concerns the fate of our two races," said Huang. "I hope you can do your best. How's your rest?" 10,000 alpacas ran through Yi's heart. He showed a difficult expression and said, "My injuries are still severe, but I've recovered a little. I'll fight to the death for my race." Under Desolate's gaze, Yuan charged into the battle and attacked Azura Gui as if it was going to throw away its life. Desolate looked satisfied. He rushed forward and shouted, "Hold on for this emperor. Those who retreat will die. The past of brave warriors will not be investigated." There were still some of Xiang and Bi's subordinates, so Huang's shout dispelled many people's concerns. In particular, the 8 monster race members were all terrified. Those who had surrendered to them had already been thrown into the ground and become prisoners. When they heard that they could fight bravely, they became even more courageous in killing. Wei Wuya's face darkened as he looked at the crowd. Palace Master Hongyan, Martial Emperor Tianqin, Lord Gongyang, it's time for you to make your move. As long as we work together and stall the demon sovereign, we will definitely win, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. Chu Hongyan's beautiful eyes flickered and she chuckled. "I'm sorry. It's hard for Ben Gong to be united with Darren." Li Huaqi also said, "I can work with Palace Master Hongyan, but I really can't work with the lords of the Holy Region. It's better for the lords to play by themselves. We'll just watch." "The two of you are renowned experts of our clan," Wei Wuya retorted angrily. "Yet you're acting so recklessly. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? If you're not afraid, what are we afraid of? Li Huaqi said. Hurry up and fight. After you're done, release the seals on the sky. I still want to go to the ends of the earth with Xianxia. The two of them held each other's hands even tighter and smiled at each other. It was a warm and sweet smile. Wei Wuya almost vomited blood in anger. He looked at Chu Hongyan, and Chu Hongyan quickly said, Shenshao Palace is about to open its mountain gate. The sect is busy and has no time for other things. Lord Wuya, please do as you please and don't call me again. The 10 great martial emperors and the 7 great sects were not forces that the Holy Region could mobilize at will. Previously, it was for the sake of the two races' righteousness, and everyone had a responsibility to do so. Now that Gongyang Jingqi and the others were acting in such an unsightly manner, everyone had long lost their patience. If not for the fact that the world was sealed, they would have left long ago. If you don't care about this, then I won't care about this mess either. Wei Wuya said angrily. The demons can do whatever they want. As long as you're happy, Li Huaqi said with a smile. Wei Wuya was so angry that he turned around to leave. Are you really going to stand by and do nothing? Gongyang Zheng asked, stunned. I'm no longer the governing body of the sacred zone, Wei Wuya said coldly. This world belongs to the people of the world, not just me. Lord Wei Qing is from the governing division, Gongyang Zhengxi said with an unsightly expression. I won't be the governing division, Wei Qing said indifferently. You coward! Why didn't you say this earlier? Gongyang Zhengxi said angrily. I forgot. It's not too late to say it now, Wei Qing said. All the leaders of the Holy Region's divisions looked sad. They didn't expect that the administrative division would look like this. He Yuhu was dead. Si Tingyu was dead. And Kanggu Qiong was recuperating in silence. This was the state of the remaining two. Everyone, stop fooling around. No matter who it is, just give this old man some face, Tenzhou Zi shouted. At this moment, if we are defeated, the monster race will rise on the heavenly martial continent and conquer the land. It will be difficult to destroy them then. No matter what thoughts or selfish motives you have, if you retreat now, how can you face the countless heroes who have died in this battle? How can you face your own heart of martial arts? Everyone looked at Si Tingyu's body, which was lying quietly under Nanfeng Xian, with a face full of unwillingness and eyes wide open. The pain lingered on for a long time. Wei Wuya, Gongyang Zhengxi, Palace Master Hongyan, Martial Emperor Tianqin, and Palace Master Qian Shi are all left with their peak combat strength. Please accept the challenge. Thank you. Tenzhou Zi sighed and bowed deeply to the few of them. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Wei Wuya did not dare to say that he was worthy of the bow. The rest of the people hurried forward and several forces held up Tian Zhaozi, not allowing him to bow. Li Huaqi said solemnly, How can I not fight if you have such a heart? However, this is the last time I'll hear from the Holy Region. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other, and the Holy Region can forget about making me do anything. Thank you, Martial Emperor Tianqin, Tenzhou Zi said with a trembling voice as he cupped his fists. Chu Hongyan gave Yunxiao a look. After getting an affirmative answer, she said, Since it's Lord Amaterasu who has stepped in, I dare not disobey. However, from now on, the Divine Cloud Palace will no longer have any contact with the Holy Region. Let's go our separate ways. Tengzhuozi's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. The sanctum's strength and unity were slowly crumbling. But who could he blame? The fact that these few people were willing to help was already giving him a lot of face. Thank you, Palace Master Hongyan. Your Excellency is also dedicated to the affairs of our clan. Hongyan is really ashamed. This should be part of my duty. Chu Hongyan also held back Tenzhou Zi, not daring to accept his bow. Tian Zhaozi then turned around and said, Lord Gongyang. Gongyang Jingqi was shocked. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Your Excellency, please don't treat me badly. As the Holy Region's executive office, it is Gongyang Jingqi's duty to do his best for the power of our tribe. He will naturally do his best. Just do your best. Tenzhou nodded. Finally, he turned to Wei Wuya and said, "Old ghost Wuya, Xianxia." Wei Wuya interrupted him. "There's no need to say anything more. These things should be done by us. Although this old man has some small thoughts, I can still distinguish between what is important and what is not. Just now, he was just angry and said some words in a fit of anger. I'll deal with the Emperor of 10,000 demons. You guys think of a way to deal with the rest. Then Xianxia and I will continue to deal with that pale demon," Li Huaqi said. Yi's strength had been greatly reduced, and he was no longer a match for the two of them. "Leave the demon advisor Zhe to me," Gongyang Zhang said curiously. "These three are the leaders of the demons," Tenzatzi said. "If we can kill them, the momentum of the army will collapse, and we can win without a fight. You've taken all the powerful ones, so I'll try my best to pick the more difficult ones to kill," Chu Hongyan said. "No matter how tough the bone is, it can't withstand a single strike from Palace Master Hongyan." Gongyang Zhengxi laughed. "Why do I feel so awkward when you say that?" Chu Hongyan said indifferently. Gongyang Zhengxi was asking for a snub. He grunted and turned around to ignore her. Tenzhou Zi was afraid of another conflict and quickly said, "Let's fight our own battles." With a few flashes of light, the few of them rushed into the battle. Although the killing machines were besieged by 10 times the number of people, the attribute of fighting to the death made them unusually strong, and they did not retreat a single step from the beginning to the end. After Wei Wuya and the others rushed into the battle and lured away Desolate and the other powerful cultivators, the number of casualties on the weapons decreased rapidly. In particular, Chu Hongyan was wandering among the army, killing the powerful demons to reduce the burden of killing weapons. Desolate's face darkened. He was almost enraged. A peak expert was hiding like a killer. It was too terrifying. He couldn't be bothered to chase after Wei Wuya, so he turned around and ran toward Chu Hongyan. "Heh! This old master is here, and you still want to leave?" Wei Wuya chuckled and stepped in front of him with his arms wide open. "Die!" Huang was furious. He increased his power to the Void Divine Realm and threw a punch. Wei Wuya was slightly shocked, but he didn't dare to be careless. He also exploded with the power of the Void Extreme Divine Realm and slammed down with both hands. Boom! The terrifying power spread out like waves. They were the two strongest people in the world. The impact of the extreme power shocked everyone. "I'm afraid you can't even maintain the Void tier for half the time I can. Right?" Wei Wuya immediately noticed this and was overjoyed. He drew in another breath of Jinqi and charged forward. At this moment, Desolate had recovered to its peak state, and it seemed that the Void Divine Realm could only last for a moment. He stared at Wei Wuya's movements and formed another seal before his eyes. Desolate adopted a strange posture. He put one hand in front and the other behind. A black hole seemed to appear between his palms. It was pitch black and bottomless. He was stunned when he looked at it. It seemed like it would never end. Yunxiao had been paying attention to the battle, and when he saw the black hole, his heart trembled as if something was wrong. An ordinary black hole was nothing more than a passage that opened up after the sky shattered. He had long since gotten used to it, but the one in Desolate's palm had a kind of intimidating power, and it was filled with a demonic and ancient aura. "What's with that black hole?" Symbols sparkled around Desolate's arms and palms, as if they were continuously sending energy to keep the black hole from disappearing. Boom! Die! Wei Wuya's hands had already formed a seal. In his eyes, the power of the Void God realm was enough to crush everything in the lower realm. Boom, boom, boom! Desolate's chi and blood were rolling in his body. He felt suffocated, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. However, his body did not take a single step back. What? All the cultivators who were paying attention to the battle between the two were shocked, revealing incredulous expressions. Their thoughts were the same as Wei Wuya's. The power of the Void Extreme Divine Realm was enough to destroy the power of the Peak of Perfection, but it was blocked by Huang. How did he do it? Xianhua was also greatly shocked and looked on in horror. Under Yunxiao's gaze, he saw the black hole in Huang's palm was constantly devouring Wei Wuya's power, and a lot of the vast power of the Void Realm was being devoured, and more were being devoured. What's going on? Amaterasu had also noticed this, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Normally, a black hole of this size would be destroyed by a powerful attack. However, this black hole was so special. The black hole that devours power shall devour this swan and I. Xianxia was stunned as well. He was a little dazed, and he seemed to have thought of something. How is this possible? Wei Wuya exclaimed. Hee, why not? I'm sure you've all heard my conversation with Shang, the traitor. Huang sneered. After I reached the Void God realm, I cut off my connection with my original host and found a new one. Aren't you all curious about my new host? Everyone was shocked, as if they had thought of something. The host of the Heavenly Demon Tribe could share power and divine abilities with the Heavenly Demon main body. Who is your host? Wei Wuya asked in shock. There didn't seem to be any existence in this world that could swallow void extreme divine realm power by force. Although Huang's face was ashen and his forehead was covered in sweat, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. Haha, you don't have to know about this. You'll be a muddled ghost in hell later. Wei Wuya's expression changed several times. If even his void extreme divine realm attack couldn't kill him, he was in big trouble. He hurriedly lowered his cultivation level and returned to peak of perfection. Then he removed the seal and left. You want to escape? You must be dreaming. Huang sneered, instantly increasing his power to the void divine realm. He took back his palm and punched out with both fists. Wei Wuya's cultivation had just dropped, so he couldn't switch instantly. He could only grit his teeth and take the blow. Bang! Desolate's fists shattered his hand seals, and the power of one of his fists penetrated his chest and exploded. Eft! Wei Wuya felt as if his internal organs were being stirred by a whirlpool, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before falling to the ground. How did this happen? This sudden change immediately caused Tenzhou Zi and the others to turn pale with fright. Desolate's momentum dropped sharply after the strike, but he was only exhausted. Wei Wuya, on the other hand, had been severely injured. Ha ha ha! Can you still break into the void extreme god realm after your extraordinary meridians are injured? Huang laughed wildly as he charged at Wei Wuya, wanting to kill him. Wei Qing was shocked. He took a deep breath and rushed down. Wei Wuya raised his hand behind him and shouted, "No need!" His face was extremely gloomy, and he drew a circle in front of him with his hands. A cyclone rotated around his arms, and the spiritual chi within a radius of several thousand feet seemed to be instantly sucked dry by that move. It was as if a blazing sun had been condensed in Wei Wuya's hands, and it shot out beams of light. Yunxiao's heart trembled as well. A divine skill! Everyone was extremely nervous as they watched with wide eyes, not minding the blazing sun's glare. Splendid sunlight! Wei Wuya roared as he unleashed the blazing sun wheel in his hands. The blazing sun was like a chariot in the sky, rumbling with thunder as it flew across the sky. What? Huang was shocked. He immediately sensed the unusualness of the move. He clenched his fist and retracted the move. At the same time, he retreated. However, the glorious sunlight was too powerful. It directly sealed the void and compressed all the power into one point, making it impossible to avoid. In his shock, Huang quickly formed a seal with his hands and held it in front of him. The circle turned pitch black, like a huge mouth, rapidly devouring the power of the sunlight. What? It's here again. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the black hole in horror. It seemed to be able to swallow everything. However, Desolate's face was also in great pain. It seemed that the sacrifice of energy to maintain this move was great. His face was twisted, and his eyes were filled with anger. Boom! When the sunlight was almost gone, Desolate couldn't hold it any longer. He clapped his palms together to disperse the black hole. Then he pushed his palms out. Two huge palm prints formed in the void, dispersing the remaining power. Desolate's huge body seemed to have shriveled up, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. What's that host's item? Amaterasu asked in shock. From the looks of it, the agreement hasn't been fully formed yet, and the Demon Emperor is clearly under the control of that item. Under the control of Xianxia. Everybody was shocked. When signing a contract, the weaker party would always be restricted by the stronger party. In other words, the host was even stronger than Desolate. Yunxiao's heart stirred, and he immediately thought of the Eastern Sea Shirlong. But he immediately dismissed the thought as it was obviously impossible. After Wei Wuya used the glorious sunlight, his aura dropped rapidly and he could no longer fight. "Father!" Wei Qing stepped forward and said with concern. The father and son turned around and flew back to the battleship. They could do their best to fight, but they could not risk their lives. Huang didn't chase after her. After the discomfort disappeared from his body, he rushed into the battle and attacked Chu Hongyan. "No!" Yun Xiao cried out. "Not good. Desolate's power is very strange. I'm afraid that Hongyan can't deal with him." Gu Qingqing said, "Being too concerned will make you confused. With Chu Hongyan's power, she should be able to deal with it. The Demon Emperor's greatest reliance is the host's beast. This lady is also very curious, and I have some thoughts in my mind. I wonder if I've guessed correctly." "What do you think?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise. "What do you think it is?" Gu Qingqing smiled and said, "It's just a guess. I don't think so. If it's that thing, then it's really he." Everyone had a bad feeling, because although Gu Qingqing was smiling, it was a forced smile, and her pretty face became ugly, with cold sweat dripping down. Obviously, the possibility of that he was very high. "Senior, please?" Tenzhou Zi could not help but say. "Don't ask." Gu Qingqing interrupted him. "Tell everyone to get ready. If the Demon Emperor summons the host, run at once." "Summoning host? What?" Tenzhou Zi was shocked. "Can the host also be summoned?" Yun Xiao was also surprised and worried. He kept his eyes fixed on Chu Hongyan, fearing that she would be hurt. Gu Qingqing said, "There is a strong connection between the Heavenly Demon Clan and the host. They can tear space apart and protect each other. Even if the Demon Emperor's power was not as strong as the host's, as long as the Demon Emperor died, the host would also be injured. The Demon Emperor is an extremely intelligent person. He must have used the short moment when he entered the Void God realm to sign a contract with that thing. Tier space. This place is sealed by the 100,000 True Earth seal," Wei Wuya said. "I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult to tear a passage here." Gu Qingqing looked at him and smiled bitterly. "If it's that thing, then even the 10 million True Earth seal would be useless." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Wei Wuya clearly didn't believe him. "Senior, don't be an alarmist. In today's world, I'm afraid that there's no one who can tear apart the 10 million True Earth seal." Gu Qingqing snorted. "Each generation is worse than the last. This lady doesn't want to say too much and just quietly watch. I just hope it's not that thing." His words made everyone's heart, which had finally been comforted, become heavy again. They all silently adjusted their breathing and recovered, waiting for the worst. After Chu Hongyan was held back by Huang, the two armies were equally matched. In reality, it was still the killing machines that were constantly being reduced. However, be it Azura Ghost or the Golden Armored Death Warrior, they were both forcefully holding on and were not willing to take a step back. Only then did it look like they were evenly matched. But the casualties of the demons were also astonishing. After Yun Xiao and Baiming Nan used the cool and dazzling 1,000-year ancient spinning yo-yo, nearly 2,000 demons were killed or injured, leaving the army with only about 5,000 people, many of whom were injured. Desolate's face turned even uglier. Although more than half of his killing weapons had been lost, they were just weapons in his eyes, while his dead clansmen were living. Furthermore, if this situation continued, it would probably take another 2,000 people to annihilate these killing machines. When he thought about how the church's 3,000-strong army out of his 10,000-strong army would only have 2,000 to 3,000 men left, he felt a chill and a sense of madness. Such a high number of casualties had probably never appeared in the history of the demon race in the past 100,000 years. Moreover, even if they were to destroy these weapons, there were still experts like Wei Wuya and Amaterasu. If they were to kill these people, would these 2,000 to 3,000 people still be able to survive? The more Huang thought about it, the more upset he became. His movements suddenly became impatient. Chu Hongyan seized the opportunity and stabbed 7 times. It was as if there were 7 of them. The sword momentum was connected with each other and overwhelmingly came down. Woof! Whoosh! Blood kept coming out of Desolate's body. Although he had avoided the attack, he was in a disadvantageous position. He couldn't dodge the attacks. I'm furious. You're going too far. As the Emperor of 10,000 demons, he was dodged left and right by a human woman, and more wounds appeared on his body. He couldn't help but roar in anger. Ha, bullying? Then I'll bully you to the end. Chu Hongyan's smile was like a spring breeze in this bloody killing field. It gave people a sense of beauty, worthy of being called a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. Desolate's anger was reduced by her smile, and he calmed down. You're very strong and beautiful. I didn't expect that there would be such a peerless beauty in the human race. Chu Hongyan was stunned for a moment. She did not expect the other party to praise her. She smiled and said, Demon King, you're too kind. As long as you don't blame me for sending you to heaven, I'm fine. Humph. Send me to heaven? There's no longer such an expert in this world. Even though Desolate was dodging in a rather sorry state, he still had a confident expression on his face. Chu Hongyan was a little surprised. The confidence of the other party seemed to be genuine and not fake. She became cautious all of a sudden, and the sword in her hand continued to speed up, pressing closer and closer. Woof! Whoosh! Blood gushed out of Desolate's body. No matter how beautiful the other was, he couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Beauty, I'll give you a chance. Surrender to me and become the queen of all demons. I can spare your life and take you to the peak of the world. Chu Hongyan blushed and said, Damn hooligan! You want to marry Bengong? Are you worthy? Ha ha! If I'm not worthy, then no one else in this world is. Huang laughed out loud as a stern look flashed through his eyes. His entire being became strange. He did not dodge the continuous sword attacks. Instead, he stood up abruptly and reached out to grab them. Bang! The broad hand grabbed the purple firmament sword and suppressed the sword momentum. Void Extreme God Realm. Chu Hongyan's pupils shrank, but she was not too worried. She chuckled and said, Lord Demon Emperor is really risking his life. Every time he tries to break through to this realm, the backlash to his body must be extremely great, right? You've really worked hard. Humph! Do you think I'm trying to suppress your sword force? Huang shouted with a deep voice and sneered. Chu Hongyan's heart skipped a beat as if she had a bad feeling. She pulled out her sword and tried to recall the purple firmament sword, only to find that Huang's hand was like an iron block, not moving at all. All of a sudden, an extremely strong energy emerged from Desolate's palm, sucking the purple cloud sword as if it wanted to swallow it. That power again. People in the distance had been watching the battle. At this moment, a terrifying demonic chi emerged from Desolate's body, which was completely different from before. It was as if another powerful being had arrived. Not good. Xianxia cried out in surprise as he teleported up and appeared in front of Desolate. If you have the guts, then stand there and don't let go. The Tusada heavenly peak flew up from his palm and smashed down. Huang's pupils shrunk. He had seen how Tusada Peak had injured Xiang, and even Xiang did not dare to take the attack head-on. He was not happy about it, but he did not want to take the risk. Retreat! He loosened his 5 fingers and then slapped the sword with his palm, shaking Chu Hongyan away. 10,000 swords. Xianxia shouted. 1. He suppressed the injuries in his body and made a hand seal with one hand. In an instant, thousands of sword chi were formed. The heavenly sword picture opened up in the sky and illuminated the earth. Chu Hongyan was shocked and immediately understood. The purple firmament sword released a sword radiance that evolved into a realm. It rose from the earth and reflected the thousands of swords in the sky. Gu Qingqing was shocked. Her eyes widened, and she cried out, Heaven and Earth Dual Sword Formation. Evolve into Million Sword Illustration. Back then, the two of them studied the Million Sword Illustration and were immersed in it for a long time. However, it was impossible for them to perform the complete sword illustration on their own. Therefore, they tried their best to split the sword illustration into the heaven and earth double sword formation and integrated all the changes into it. Each of them learned half of it and joined forces to form the complete sword illustration. The 36 northern heaven cold star swords were like chess pieces, fixed in the sky. They flashed and then disappeared. The purple firmament sword glowed with a pearly light and shot out 70 sword lights, which transformed into a sword world. 72 streams of evil chi soared in the sky, contrasting with the heavenly stars. The two peerless divine swords acted as the eye of the formation, one bright and the other bright. They evolved into thousands of sword wills, as if the world was rotating. At this moment, all the swords lost their color and were like scrap metal. Che Yu's two true dragon swords shrieked as if they wanted to fight but were unable to do so. Che Yu was afraid of affecting the million sword illustration, so he quickly kept the true dragon sword. Damn it! What is this feeling? Desolate was shocked and furious. Under the 10,000 swords, he felt a great threat. The host power in his body was surging. He had to summon it before the 10,000 swords came down. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. How could Xianxia not see this? He performed a sword incantation gesture with both hands, and the entire sword world seemed to come to a standstill. The Zixiao sword changed its form and slashed down from the sky. Chu Hongyan shouted. A single spirit can transform into 10,000 swords. Xianxia spun in the air and shouted. 10,000 swords returned to one. Countless sword lights danced in the air. Those sword essences were like a floating ocean of flowers. They fluttered and became faster and faster until they finally turned into a rapid rain. It was as if there was nothing left in the world except for the countless sword essences. In the end, they merged into one, and the sword slashed down the entire world. A sword aura, without any form, rumbled out and crushed everything. Boom! The sword aura landed on Desolate's body. He cried out, but his body didn't shatter. Instead, he kept absorbing the sword intent as if he was going to suck in the entire world. Even if the sword aura was as vast as the ocean, it could never fill the void. Boom! A loud sound came from within Desolate's body, and then golden light appeared in the sky. The 100,000 true soil seal flickered, and outside the million sword illustration was a world of runes that was abnormally beautiful. Everyone was shocked. The 100,000 seals were all activated to the extreme. Clearly, something was about to break in. Boom, boom, boom. The 100,000 talismans in the sky exploded like firecrackers, and the entire sky collapsed. It was as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down, and everything fell into darkness. Gu Qingqing was shocked. Not good. It really is that thing. Hurry up and run. With a single breath, she was also stunned. The entire world had turned pitch black, and the space had been completely shattered. There was no north, south, east, or west, and she had no idea how to escape. Xianxia and Chu Hongyan's sword strikes seemed to be suddenly hindered, filling the black hole and then exploding. Bang! Desolate's chest exploded, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away with a scream. He was covered in blood, and he fell to the ground after losing his balance. Your Majesty! Some high-level monsters screamed and flew toward Desolate. At this moment, the world had changed and everything had fallen into endless darkness. All the battles had stopped, and all of them had lost their color in shock and confusion. After the attack, Xianxia and Chu Hongyan's primordial energy was greatly reduced. Yunxiao's old injuries had relapsed, and he could not help but vomit blood. Chu Hongyan hurriedly took out a few pills and handed them over. I do. Yunxiao shook his head and said, I do. He grabbed a large number of natural treasures and ate them. However, it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time just by eating this. Otherwise, he would have recovered long ago. He just wanted to calm Chu Hongyan's heart. Chu Hongyan might not have seen through him, so she just smiled and said, You're still so arrogant and stubborn. Now is not the time to talk about this, Yunxiao said. We're in trouble now. What's going on with this black shadow? Why does it give me a familiar feeling? Chu Hongyan looked around and said, What a strong demonic qi. This power seems to be even stronger than the demonic qi. Could it be some ferocious beast that has survived from ancient times? Suddenly, Xianxia had an idea and cried out, "Heavens! It's actually this!" Chu Hongyan's words reminded him of the true spirit that he had seen in the demon land that could devour the void and even himself none. It was the only true spirit that had survived the myriad spirit era and had been drifting in the realm of heavenly martial arts for countless years. The true spirit Xianxia is actually a true spirit void. Yu was also surprised. He knew more than Xianxia, so his face turned uglier. Back in the demon land, because Wu's body was too huge, he could not see Wu's face clearly. It was the same at this moment. This endless dark space was not somewhere else, but Wu's figure. Gu Qingqing looked at Yu in surprise. She didn't expect anyone to recognize this true spirit. She smiled bitterly. "This is bad. We might have already been swallowed by Wu." "What? Swallowed?" Everyone was shocked, including Amaterasu. "We've been at the same spot the entire time. It doesn't feel like we've been devoured. It's just that the surrounding space has changed after it shattered." Chu Hongyan frowned, obviously not having heard of the word Wu. Xianxia explained briefly, and then told him in detail what he had seen in Demon Land. "Devouring yourself?" Chu Hongyan was stunned. Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right. This true spirit can swallow anything. When I saw it in the demon land, it was eating itself and then it disappeared after eating. I didn't expect that Desolate would sign a host contract with it. No wonder Huang's move could even swallow void extreme divine realm power and million sword illustration," Chu Hongyan said. Xianxia looked around. Desolate had disappeared after he was sent flying and the endless darkness appeared. "Let's go back to the battleship first and see what other people can do." The two of them flew back to the warship. Li Huaqi and Xianxia also flew back. The two races were stunned by this. Even though it was Desolate who had caused this, the demon race was panicking when he disappeared. Mo's face was dark. He was looking for a chance to kill Desolate. If he couldn't, he would escape. He couldn't control his subordinates anymore. He would return for revenge after obtaining the Buddhist demon sacred art. But he didn't know how to escape with the scene in front of him. On the battleship, Gu Qingqing said to Amaterasu, "I don't know much either, but I feel very strange right now. The possibility of being devoured is very high. If Wu Tuan really did it, I'm afraid he'll never be able to get out," Yu said. "Unless you have an extremely long lifespan, you might be able to leave on your own in the future." "Humph, humph," A series of snorting and mumbling sounds rang out in the darkness, filled with ridicule and ridicule. Mo was shocked. The voice belonged to Huang and it seemed to be full of energy. It didn't seem to be injured. His divine sense had never left Desolate, and he had just seen him get wounded in the chest by Xianxia and Xianxia. He was already very lucky to be alive, so how could he hear such a vigorous sound? Ai Huey's eyes were slightly gloomy. His deified soul swept across 1,000 feet and seemed to have sensed something. "What the hell are you laughing at?" Xianxia shouted. "Come out if you have the guts." Although he was shouting, he was much calmer than before. Desolate was here, so the possibility of him being devoured was low. "Come out? I'll naturally come out, and I'm going to catch all of you in one fell swoop." The endless darkness seemed to surge like water, and everyone could feel it. Xianxia said in surprise, "The darkness is shrinking." "Shrink? What's going on?" the rest of the people asked in surprise. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I can only see the darkness shrinking. I don't know what it means. Let's just watch quietly." Tisk, tisk. You've really worn out your iron shoes in a long search, but you found it without any effort. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out in the darkness. Everyone frowned as if they had never heard it before. Only Yunxiao's face changed drastically in surprise. He was very familiar with the voice, but he did not know why it was here. "Who is it? Who is it?" Desolate's voice arose, his voice stern and shocked. He couldn't believe that someone was still hiding. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you can actually tame Wu. This lord is really surprised. "I was just here to beat Xianxia up," the voice said jokingly. I didn't expect to watch such a wonderful fight and find news about Wu. The heavens are really kind to us. TSK, TSK. As the voice fell, a touch of red appeared in the endless darkness. Then it slowly opened, revealing an eye. It was as red as blood, and it looked down at the earth with a strange gaze. Moon pupil. Many experts who had seen Yunxiao's moon eyes cried out in surprise and fixed their eyes on him. Yunxiao's face was as cold as ice, and his eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. In front of the huge eyes in the darkness, two figures slowly appeared. It was a woman wearing a light yellow dress with a blue sea image embroidered on it. The hem of her dress fluttered without the wind, making her look graceful. The man had a golden dagger axe placed on his shoulder, his hands resting lazily on his shoulders. He looked at the crowd with a mocking expression, and finally, his eyes fell on Yunxiao. Trash, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Chu Hongyan was furious that someone called Gu Feiyang trash. She couldn't bear it. But after seeing the faces of the two people, she was shocked and said, Murong Zhu, Ning Qiue. She also recognized the two of them. Ning Qiue nodded slightly as a form of greeting. She said, Palace Mistress Hongyan, I didn't expect to see you again in my lifetime. What's wrong with you guys? Chu Hongyan asked in surprise. Yunxiao whispered in his ear. Ning Qiue was possessed by the ancestor of the Moon Eye. Brother Murong died 20 years ago. The brother Murong I see now is a real pity. Sinkhole, Tianxi? Chu Hongyan was a little surprised. It was the first time they had heard of it, but seeing Yunxiao's pale face, she did not ask further. Who are you? Desolate's voice came, a human's body, yet filled with demonic qi, coming all the way here to die. Tian Si laughed. The mystical powers of the demon race are truly interesting. To be able to form a contract with Wu Ding, you can consider yourself extremely lucky. In the past tens of thousands of years, although you're not the first person to have come into contact with Wu Ding, there are only a few of them. Desolate kept silent while the darkness was still shrinking. Many people had discovered that the darkness was not endless, but it was so huge that they could not see the end. At this moment, it was like a huge black cloud that was beginning to collapse. In the center of the shrinking area, the darkness became deeper and deeper. Desolate's tall and sturdy body emerged. However, his entire body had turned dark, and his eyes slowly opened. They were as bright as stars, and there was a strange pattern between his brows that emitted a shocking power. The pattern was like a swallow fish, and it seemed to be alive and moving. Everyone felt an extremely strong sense of oppression coming from the front, as if the person in front of them was not the emperor of 10,000 demons, but the true spirit that had passed through thousands of years. Tian Si's eyes lit up and she praised, Amazing! Truly amazing! To think that you can merge nothingness into your own body so perfectly. The human warriors were all shocked. It's not in his body? Even the members of the monster race were shocked, especially Cruel. His heart turned cold. With such a powerful existence, how could he turn the tables? Huang raised his head and looked at Ning Qiue and Tian Si. He said coldly, Knowing this, you still dare to show yourself. Are you stupid? Stupid? Or stupid? Tian Si laughed. Demon Sovereign, please don't get angry yet. How do you know that we're enemies? We might even be friends. Oh, why can't I think of anything? When did I have friends like you? Huang said coldly. I didn't in the past, but perhaps I am now. We need a little help from the adults. Of course, we won't be doing this for free. Oh, Desolate said. You want to help? If it's really a small favor, like you two are short of a few vitality stones or a few low-grade profound armaments, I'm still very kind and I like to help people. Hee, my lord must be joking. To be exact, we need to borrow the power of the true spirit void. If your excellency is willing to help, we are willing to help you kill all the humans except Li Yunxiao. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and all the human martial artists' expressions changed drastically. They were shocked, angry, and on guard. Desolate arched his brows as if he didn't care. What if I don't want to? The killing intent in Xianxia's eyes immediately dissipated and was replaced by a faint smile. "Ha. Then we can only help the human race to kill all of you." Desolate furrowed his brows, his face angry. He sneered. "Have the two of you considered yourselves?" "Of course I've thought about it," Xianxia chuckled. "If you want to trade with me, we'll have to see if you two are qualified." Huang snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, his right arm trembled and he raised it. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the vacuum was directly shattered under the pressure. A black vortex appeared on the tip of the fist, as if it was the Milky Way. The pattern on Desolate's forehead kept flickering, which was breathtaking. He shouted, "If you can take one punch from me, I'll grant you the right to negotiate." Straight cut fist. Boom! The void shattered as if layers of void space had been shattered. A large number of dark fragments scattered and the heavens and earth fell into boundless chaos. The power of one punch was so strong. Ning Qiue and Xianxia were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Xianxia's face was solemn as he took off the spear and held it in one hand. "I'll do it." Ning Qiue stopped him and grabbed him. A ball of golden light stretched out in her palm and turned into a scepter. Time was like a song and it was placed in front of her. These past few years should be a good time and good scenery in name. Even if there are thousands of amorous feelings, who can I talk to? The song of time turned into spots of golden light and disappeared in his hand. They scattered on Ning Qiue's body as if they were blown by the wind, turning into a golden battle suit. A round blood moon rose in the sky, shining on the golden light, making it seem a little dim. Ning Qiue stared at the mighty punch, slowly raised her sword, and cut it down. She said, "Illumination." Under the golden light, a pair of eyes appeared in the blood moon. It was as if it had returned to the human world after sleeping for hundreds of millions of years. Boom! When the golden light struck the fist, it was as if 2 worlds were intertwining and eroding each other. In the end, the golden light seemed to weaken and was devoured by the black light. The golden light tore through the sky and dyed the vast sky black. However, Ning Qiue and Xianxia had already disappeared. They only reappeared after the black chi had dispersed. Desolate's face changed slightly. He was extremely shocked. He had thought that he would be invincible after he had merged with the true spirit void. However, he didn't know where these 2 mysterious people had come from. They had the power to resist him. Although his opponent's sword had been shattered by the fist force, he could tell that his opponent had not used his full strength, or perhaps he did not want to have an intense conflict with him. In fact, his guess was half right and half wrong. Ning Qiue had used all her strength in that strike, but she was not integrated with the ultimate enough to use all the power of the ultimate. Ning Qiue said, "How is it? Does your Excellency Demon Emperor think that we are qualified to negotiate?" "Humph." Desolate snorted, deliberately disdainful. "So. But to be able to survive a punch from me, you're quite impressive. Speak. How do you want me to help you?" Ning Qiue stared at him and said, "We want to enter the void. Void space. Are you looking for death?" Huang was shocked. "Even I can't control the void. At the same time, I don't understand it at all. Since ancient times, nothing that has been devoured by void has ever survived." Ning Qiue said, "You don't have to worry about that, Demon King. As long as your Excellency agrees to let us enter the void once, I'll help your Excellency eliminate these humans today. Of course, Li Yunxiao is an exception." "Why is he an exception?" asked Desolate, his brows furrowed. "This man is still useful," Ning Qiue said. "It was just a few simple words, and he didn't need to explain too much. If he was useful, then he was worth living." Yunxiao's heart burned with anger as he watched his 2 closest friends, one having his body taken away and the other having his mind taken away, completely turning into passers-by or even enemies. Chu Hongyan felt his emotional fluctuation and gently squeezed his hand. Yunxiao immediately felt a cold breath flowing in his palm, and his mind calmed down. When he turned to look, his eyes were filled with honey. Chu Hongyan returned the smile, which was like 100 flowers blooming, and said, "If life was like the first time we met, Why would the autumn wind be sad? The heart of an old man changes easily. It's over, Xianxia continued. The words of Shao Mountain are over, and the rain of tears is no longer resentful. It's better to be lucky with a man in a brocade robe and compare our wings to a branch's wish. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They felt that the sky was high and the clouds were far away. They had completely forgotten about this scene, as if there was no one else around. So, this kid is your sweetheart. We can't spare his life. Desolate glared at him and shouted. Xianxia was angry, but not angry. He said in amusement, "Do you think you're awesome just because you stuffed a true spirit into your body? The demon race has more than 10,000 elites, and it would be very lucky if 100 of them could return. Why don't you run away with your tail between your legs? Why are you still bragging to some strangers? Die!" Huang was furious. The dark figure flashed and almost teleported over, its thick palms slamming toward Yunxiao's head, trying to blow it off. The two of them were prepared. They stabbed both swords at Desolate's eyes. No matter how strong an existence was, unless it was from the eye race, the eyes would always be a weakness. After merging with the no descendant, Desolate's body was emitting a powerful energy. It would be hard to break through the protective True Yuan in a short time. The two of them had the same thought, and they both went for Desolate's eyeball. Huang was shocked. He felt a coldness in his eyes, and he almost lost his sight. He quickly pulled back his hands and grabbed the two swords. Bang! Bang! His wide arms caught the sword, but he didn't press it against his palm. Instead, he used his true essence to hold it, making the two unable to move. "You're awesome." With a sneer, Xianxia performed an incantation gesture, and several lotus flowers flew over from the sword. Sensing the danger, Desolate turned his wrist and pushed away the red sword death before smacking down on the lotus flowers. Boom, boom, boom. The ice fiend heart flame exploded, its impact burning everything. Although it couldn't hurt Desolate's body, it still hurt his hand, which made him withdraw it in fear. Chu Hongyan also waited for an opportunity to strike with her sword to shake off his left hand, and then both of them retreated with Xianxia. Huang was furious. Not only had his confidence of being invincible after merging with Wu Hou been damaged, but he had also been ridiculed and teased in front of Chu Hongyan. It made his eyes burn with anger. "Lord Demon Emperor," Ning Qiue suddenly called out from behind him. Her voice was extremely cold. "I just said that this person is still useful." Huang stopped as he felt the threat behind him. If he chased Xianxia, he was afraid that the latter would attack immediately. Thinking back to the blow that he had not used all his strength in, this woman's strength was probably not far from his. If they fought now, he would be at a great disadvantage. However, Huang didn't give in. He shouted angrily, "I can't kill you just because you said so? Who do you think you are?" Ning Qiue said indifferently, "I'm just a weak woman. I'm not that old. But if I can't do what I want to do, I'll make the other party not that old." Huang was furious at the blatant threat, but he could only force a laugh after weighing the pros and cons. "Haha, you have character. All right, for your sake, I'll let him live for a few more days." The weight of these two people was too heavy. If they sided with the human race, the demon race would probably be completely annihilated today. Even if the two of them wanted to pee on his head, he could only endure it. "You're indeed wise," Ning Qiue said. "I think you'll make a wise decision too." "All right," Huang said. "I agree." Ning Qiue wasn't very happy, as if all of this was natural. She just said indifferently, "That's good. As long as you make an oath, we'll support you in annihilating these people." "What? Swear. I'm a man of my words," Desolate shouted angrily. "Why do I need to swear? Don't you even believe my words?" "Yes, I don't believe you." Ning Qiue looked at him and nodded. "Huang. Hee. Good, good, good." Huang said good 3 times in a row. He was furious, but he couldn't do anything. He raised his hand and swore. His eyes were burning with rage and his face was purple-black. Ning Qiue was satisfied. "Master, don't worry. Do it. With us as your backup, these people will die for sure." "What?" Huang was furious. "Backing? Aren't you guys going to make a move as well? If the demons are no match for us, the two of us will make our move to ensure that these humans are wiped out. Tian-Si replied with a smile. Desolate Chi was furious. These two people didn't want to do anything at all. They only came out to threaten him at this critical moment to get a big bargain. As long as the two of them didn't cause any trouble, he didn't need anyone's help with his current strength. Please don't be angry, my lord, Ningqiu said. I was just judging the situation. Times have changed. Good, you two are good. The desolation Chi was not light, but even if it was a pile of dung, he had to endure it and swallow it. He would settle the score after autumn. Kill, kill, kill. He furiously commanded the army and roared, kill them all! Kill them all! The demon army's morale immediately soared. More than 5,000 of them spread out like locusts, surrounding all the killing weapons. The rest of them rushed towards the three warships. Desolate flashed and appeared on the battleship. A domineering force spread out instantly. The people who were healing on the battleship were shocked, and they scattered immediately. Boom! The battleship was already damaged, and now it couldn't even withstand his aura and exploded. The violent explosive force swept up some of the people who were slow to escape, and they were instantly crushed into pieces. Ha ha! Die! Desolate laughed wildly, releasing all of his pent-up anger. He threw a punch at the fleeing warriors, and darkness descended as if the sky had opened its bloody mouth and swallowed everyone. After the darkness disappeared, those people also disappeared without a trace, completely gone. Ah! The people on the other two warships were all shocked. This was too terrifying, right? Wei Qing's face suddenly changed, and he flew off the warship. He grabbed Meng Bai and said, let's go. He couldn't stay in this place for long. Not to mention the ruins of End and Tianxi, even Desolate was invulnerable and almost invincible. Wei Wuya was even more shocked. He had cultivated for many years and finally reached the Void God realm. He thought he was invincible, but he found that it was just a dream. However, he still stopped Wei Qing and said, it's not over yet. What? Father still has a backup plan. Wei Qing was stunned. It's Gongyang Zhengqi who has a backup plan. Wei Wuya shook his head. Wei Qing's face was filled with shock as he looked at Gongyang Zhengqi in disbelief. He could not believe that Gongyang Zhengqi still had any tricks up his sleeve at this point in time. Am I right, Lord Gongyang? Wei Wuya looked at him and said, or should I say, Lord Earthly Venerable? Gongyang Zhengqi's pupils contracted, and the aura on his body changed, as if he had become a different person. Many people frowned, but they all turned around when they heard Wei Wuya's words. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he cried out, what? Gongyang Zhengqi is an earth expert. He suddenly turned around. Not far away, Xuechenxi's body was also trembling slightly. Although her expression was a little ugly, it was as calm as water, as if she had known that this would happen, and there were no waves. Yunxiao immediately understood why Xuechenxi had appeared here and had the method to unseal the Five-Cloud Mountain. It turned out that the administrative department of the Holy Region was the mysterious earthly venerable from a secluded sect. If that was the case, he was shocked and spread his divine sense into the sky, as if he had sensed something. Before, when Wei Wuya wanted to deal with Gongyang Zhengqi, it seemed like someone had transmitted a message to him and stopped. The only person who could make Wei Wuya feel fear and stand up for Gongyang Zhengqi was probably Wufu from the Earth Alliance. Almost everyone thought that he was the leader of the Earth Alliance, but they did not know why he was inferior to Gongyang Zhengqi. Desolate had killed an entire ship of martial artists with a single punch. Just as he was about to teleport away, his body suddenly froze as he felt an extremely powerful might tearing through the air and crushing everything. Woof! Whoosh! The space around Desolate cracked as if countless wind blades were tearing his body. Tiny cuts appeared on his domineering body. His heart was filled with shock, and he suddenly felt as if there was always someone better than him. He had broken through to the void immortal realm and didn't merge with his true spirit. He should have been able to sweep the world, but he was stopped time and time again. Although he wasn't afraid of the enemy, his state of mind was hindered. No matter who you are, I'm invincible as long as my true spirit is alive. Suddenly, Desolate became more confident. The symbol between his eyebrows glowed, and endless darkness gushed out from his body. He crossed his fists and punched out. Cross-shaped destruction. The two vast fist forces collided with each other, making a thunderous sound. Then, a cross was torn out of the darkness to meet the domineering punch that was like a meteor. Boom! The entire sky split open, and the cross directly tore 1,000 miles apart. A huge ravine appeared in the sky as if it was going to swallow the entire world. A gold light dot glistened in the ditch, falling like a shooting star. It was a human figure, who appeared in front of Desolate in just a blink. Great Illusion Fist. The previous attack did not cause him to retreat. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. The light from his entire body was like a golden armored god of war as he charged forward. The tyrant martial sovereign, Ao Chongkong. Huang immediately understood who this person was. He was the only person in the world who had such a powerful battle form and such a fierce aura. So what if he was once the number one in the world? That was just a distant past. The sky now is no longer up to you to do as you please. Desolate's body had disappeared into the darkness. Perhaps the endless night was his body. The elephant is invisible. It can destroy the heavens and earth. Boom! The darkness was boundless, while the golden fist was like a spear piercing into the night sky, about to tear it apart. Everyone hurriedly fled in panic. Not far away, only the fearless killing weapons were still entangled with the demons. Many of them were caught up in the aftermath and turned into ashes, disappearing directly. So strong! Shocked, Chu Hongyan waved the purple firmament sword and created a sword energy that covered Yunxiao and herself. Suddenly, a green light flashed down and merged with the sword intent defense. He laughed and scolded. You only care about your little lover and don't even care about the grand ancestral master. Gu Qingqing hid behind the sword and heaved a sigh of relief. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she said, "Who is this man? What a powerful force. I like it." Chu Hongyan spat shyly and said, "This man is the most powerful man in this world. The tyrant sky martial sovereign, Ao Chongkong, with the immortal golden body, the strongest." Gu Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she praised, "Tisk tsk, imperishable golden body. It's indeed a body of great accomplishment. There might be hope now. A phenomenal success physical body?" Yunxiao was taken aback as he looked at the golden light in the darkness. Ao Chongkong's face was solemn, and he could not tear the darkness apart for a long time. "Even the world's most powerful person is here," he said indifferently. "If we still can't be saved, then we're really dead." "Aya, you jinx! Quickly look!" Gu Qingqing shouted. Ao Chongkong's light was gradually swallowed by the darkness. Eventually, he was completely trapped in it. With a boom sound, the fist force was shattered, and the golden color was completely dispersed. The dark color swallowed the sky and the earth, as if it was day and night. Yunxiao's mouth was wide open in shock as he said in a daze, "It can't be!" They weren't the only ones who were shocked. All the human warriors were dumbstruck. Ao Chongkong's appearance was not only a reinforcement in terms of strength, but also a dose of cardiac stimulant. At this moment, everyone's heart was like dead ashes, and the darkness had directly pervaded their hearts. However, a moment later, a golden light flashed in the corner of the sky. Ao Chongkong's figure emerged. His skin was covered with all kinds of golden runes, which seemed to have a life of their own. Ning Qiue also frowned and said, "A 10th level upper-class sacred body. This man is so strong." Tianxi was surprised. A first-rate saintly being was not rare back then, especially those true spirits. Almost all of them had a saintly being. It's just that it's very rare to be able to cultivate to such a level in today's world. Ning Qiue said, "It's not just rare. I know the environment of this sky very well. It's almost impossible to achieve a saintly being. I don't know how he did it." "Then, can we kill this person?" Tianxi asked. Ning Qiue said, "It's easier to defeat him than to kill him. Although the demon sovereign has fused nothingness into his body, the power of nothingness he can exert is still very limited. The situation is very similar to mine. Maybe we really have to take action. The two of them looked over. After Huang's attack, the darkness dispersed. Not only did Ao Changkong appear, but a large number of warriors also appeared one by one. They were all from the Earth Alliance. Even Zhu Tianhan, whom Yun Xiao knew, was among them. The entire Earth Alliance was led by the Ao family, Dragon Tooth Villa, and Thousand Leaves Island, along with dozens or even hundreds of small sections. "Greetings, Lord Earthling." 300 to 400 people shouted in unison and looked respectfully at Gongyang Jingqi. His clone no longer had any doubts. Gongyang Jingqi had released the seal of the Five-Cloud Mountain. He had wanted the two races to fight to the death, especially when the forces of the other factions in the Holy Region had been worn down. He would then rely on the golden-armored Death Warriors and the power of the Earth Alliance to clean up the mess, destroy the demon race, and rebuild the Holy Region. But man proposes, God disposes. First, the demon race's power was unexpectedly strong, and the war dragged on for a long time. As a result, the Holy Region's various divisions had no choice but to participate. The fall of the secretaries was not something he wanted to see. After all, these people were the backbone of the Holy Region. What he wanted was to control an absolute and complete Holy Region. If everyone died, what was the point of coming here? The appearance of Wei Wuya and the ghost Azura was like a huge rock falling into a lake, completely disrupting his plans. Whether it was Wei Wuya's void extreme divine realm power or the ghost Azura's killing weapon, they were all out of his control and were almost devoured by Wei Wuya. At this moment, Ao Changkong had appeared and intimidated Wei Wuya. The situation was still going according to plan, but the changes on Desolate and the appearance of Ning Qiue and Tian Si had caused everything to go out of control. Gongyang Jingqi's status as a chess player fell to a chess piece in the game. He had no way of knowing what the next step would be. Now that his identity as an Earth expert was revealed, he had already revealed all the power he had in his hands. If he still couldn't control the situation, he would be completely defeated. Can Lord Changkong suppress the demon sovereign? Gongyang Zhang asked curiously. Ha ha! Suppress me? Huang laughed wildly. Gongyang Jingqi, when I expose your dantian and cripple your cultivation, you can still make a living by telling jokes in your next life. Gongyang Jingqi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He glared at him and then at Ao Changkong. Not only him, everyone was waiting for an answer. If it didn't work, there was no need to fight this battle. Ao Changkong's eyes were full of light. His voice was vigorous and powerful as he said, "I'll try my best. I can at least stall them for an hour." Although this answer didn't boost their morale, it did make their eyes light up. As long as they could stop Desolate, the rest would be easy. How arrogant. "I'll make you disappear in half an hour." Huang was furious, but he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. After all, his opponent was rumored to be the strongest human. He wasn't confident that he could defeat him in half an incense stick of time. However, he could not afford to lose his morale at this moment. He appeared beside Ao Changkong in a flash and launched a punch. "My two friends, it's time for you to act," he shouted at the same time. Ao Changkong didn't take it head-on. He had only used his full strength to test how strong his opponent was. Now, he basically had an idea in his heart. As long as he controlled his strength well and didn't fight head-on, he was very confident that he could delay his opponent for an hour. After he made up his mind, he flew backward and controlled the distance between them to deal with Desolate. Gongyang Jingqi appeared in front of Ning Qiue and Tian Si in an instant. A red spear appeared in his hand. It was covered in a layer of blood light and blocked the two. "You!" Tian Si sneered as she took out her dagger axe and pointed it at him. "Tian Han, Chenxi, Master Tianqin, and Palace Master Hongyan, I'll have to trouble the four of you," Gongyang Zhang said curiously. Without another word, Zhu Tianhan flew down and stood behind Gongyang Jingqi. He took out a thick and wide saber that was emitting cold air. Xue Chenxi's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Li Huaqi didn't want to put her in a difficult position, so he smiled and said, Let's go. We must do our best in this battle. Life and death will depend on this one move. Xianxia hummed softly and said, After this battle, I'll put aside everything in Thousand Leaves Island and follow you to the ends of the earth. I've been waiting for so many years, Li Huaqi said with a smile. I don't mind this moment. The two of them walked up hand in hand and landed beside Gongyang Zhengqi, blocking Ning Kuei and Tianxi. Yun Xiao said, Guishu's sword strike just now was extremely powerful. I'm afraid they might not be able to withstand it. Hongyan, you go and help them. Chu Hongyan said worriedly. There's a disturbance in the demon army? We'll try our best to stall them, Yun Xiao said. Don't worry. After a long time, they had recovered a lot of strength. With the killing weapons in front of them and hundreds of experts from the Earth Alliance, they could at least hold on for a while. The only ones he needed to worry about were Mohaja, but the two had been fighting for a long time, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. Chu Hongyan hesitated for a moment before she flew over and landed beside Gongyang Zhengqi. The five masters surrounded the two of them. The somber atmosphere seemed to have become quiet. Tianis, I suddenly called out, Milord! Ning Qiue interrupted him. I understand. Don't say anything. Just stand there quietly. At least we've stalled 5 experts. The rest will be up to the demons themselves. Are the two of you not planning to fight? Gongyang Zhengqi frowned. Ning Qiue smiled and said, The 5 of you came together. I'm afraid you've estimated that you can suppress the 2 of us, right? Since that was the case, why not restrict each other and save the trouble of fighting? Furthermore, I can see that the other 3 don't have much origin power. Are you that confident? It's better to take this opportunity to rest. She was referring to Chu Hongyan, Li Huaqi, and Xianxia. The 3 of them had been fighting for a long time and were much weaker than Gongyang Zhengqi and Zhu Tianhan at their peak. Gongyang Zhengqi pondered for a moment and said, All right, then the 5 of us will waste time with the 2 of you. Palace Master Hong Yen, Master Tianqin, quickly recover your elemental energy. I'll protect the 3 of you. Although Chu Hongyan and the other 2 felt that it was a little strange, it was beneficial to them and did not harm them, so they did not bother to say more. The 3 of them had the same thoughts and directly formed hand seals in the air to regulate their breathing and recover. They could tell that Ning Qiue and Ning Xin didn't really want to fight. They were probably worried that they would be trapped in a battle. After all, they weren't really on the same side as the demon clan. They were just using each other. There was no need for them to really fight. At this moment, there were less than 100 people left in the killing machine, but they were still stubbornly resisting the demon army and did not retreat even half a step. The warriors of the Earth Alliance didn't know what was going on, but they were touched by their courage. Their blood boiled, and they roared as they rushed into the battle. Yun Xiao returned to Bai Ming Nan's side and said, How is it? Bai Ming Nan, who had been adjusting his breath at the same place and didn't pay any attention to the outside world, finally opened his eyes and said, You want to do it again? The people in the surroundings were all shocked, and their faces were filled with fear. They naturally understood what it meant to do it again. I still have 30% of my strength left, Yun Xiao chuckled. If I use all my strength, it won't be a problem to open the Thunder World again. But the amount of 7 illusions green goo in my body is far less than 30%, not even 10%. It'll take me at least several years to recover. Bai Ming Nan shook his head. So long? Yun Xiao frowned. What? The 5 major poisons of extinction are harmful to the harmony of heaven and earth, so it's not easy to get them, said Bai Ming Nan. Meng Bai, who was beside Wei Qing, was also listening attentively to their conversation. Yun Xiao suddenly turned around and looked at him, which gave him a fright. He felt an inexplicable nervousness and could not help but take a few steps back. Wei Qing suddenly stood in front of him and stared at Yun Xiao coldly, his eyes full of hostility. Humph! Yun Xiao snorted heavily, and the corners of his mouth curled up in mockery and killing intent. Wei Qing naturally understood, so he snorted in response. Obviously, he had erased Meng Bai's memory, so Yun Xiao was not in a hurry to acknowledge him. Moreover, the strength that Meng Bai had displayed at this moment was extraordinary. especially the combined attack of the strange water and the vermilion poison. Even if he had been by Meng Bai's side for all these years, he might not have been able to train such strength. Although Wei Qing was out of place with him and was involved in all kinds of old grudges, Yunxiao had to admit Wei Qing's unparalleled talent. If I had the 8-charm vermilion saliva of a first-rate holy physique to stimulate me, the secretion of the 7 illusion green pomegranate would be much easier. Unfortunately, this young man is still too weak, said Beimang Nan. By the time he has a first-rate holy body, Yunxiao said with a smile, you'll have recovered 100 times. I'll try my best, but I'm afraid the power this time won't be as strong as before, said Beimang Nan. Yunxiao's eyes lit up as he said, 10% is enough to make them suffer. It's also good to lower the power so that we won't attract heavenly lightning again, and neither of us can withstand it. N. The two of them immediately looked at each other and began to quickly make hand seals. The green lightning and poison rose from their bodies, changed in the air, and fused. Protect them, Wei Wuya shouted. The injured soldiers and generals also became nervous and surrounded the two of them. Not good. Far away in the demon camp, AIE noticed the situation and exclaimed, they're using the 5 major poisons of extinction again. Quickly interrupt them. The entire demon race was shocked by his words. Thousands of people on the battlefield were in an uproar. The previous time was too unforgettable, and he would never forget it. Now he was really scared. Don't panic, just shouted with anger in his eyes. I'll go kill those two. He flicked his lute blade and it disappeared from his hand. He was about to rush out to kill. However, he was stopped by a ray of blood-red light. He appeared in front of him and said, you command the army. I'll go. Zhe was shocked. Mr. Yeah, your body is weak. He had killed his way here, and his body was badly damaged. It seemed that his injuries were even more serious than his. Mo's eyes flickered with a strange light. I'm fine, but I need some time. I should be able to finish before they do. What do you mean, sir? Zhe was stunned. Have you forgotten the source of our power, Mr. Zhe? Mo laughed sinisterly. Blood. Zhe frowned. It's blood. Mo's eyes shot out a sharp light as he said, is there anything more attractive to me than the blood of tens of thousands of elite human and demon race soldiers? Mr. Song Yu, what are you trying to do? Zhe was shocked. I'm not doing anything, Mo said in a deep voice. It'll be a waste if I don't use the blood. I only need you to protect me. When I use my divine technique to absorb the blood of origin, I will be able to kill them. Zhe immediately understood. The ash-gray demon tribe was bloodthirsty, and this place was the best blood pool. However, as he was on Desolate's side, he couldn't just watch Mo become stronger. At this moment, he couldn't care about that. As long as you swear to be loyal to His Majesty, I will protect you, Zhe said. An oath. Mo's face darkened and he snorted. How can you make an oath so casually? If you don't believe me, then forget it. The poisonous lightning can't hurt me anyway. Zhe's expression turned ugly, hesitating. AI said, at this point, don't worry too much, Mr. Yeah, I'll have to trouble you. Since AI had spoken, Zhe didn't say much, so he said, all right, I'll stand guard for you, Mr. Nye. Mo was overjoyed. He chuckled a few times and flew back, his hands forming a seal. A layer of blood-red light immediately appeared and covered his entire body. Blood-red runes flew out from his body and floated in the air like willow catkins. The entire battlefield was filled with a strange force. Suddenly, countless red dots appeared in the air. Looking closely, the red dots kept becoming clearer. Around them, countless blood thread like streams gathered, turning into blood beads. There were hundreds of millions of them. AI was shocked. He could clearly feel the power contained in each blood bead. Moreover, there seemed to be a field of attraction between them. Under AI's perception, the whole world was in the inescapable net formed by the blood beads. The constitution of the Azure Demon Tribe was very unique. They could directly extract and break down blood, devouring the power contained within. The power of blood itself was closely related to the Master of Blood. How many experts had been killed on this battlefield? The blood that was scattered in the sky and the ground was filled with energy, and it was constantly refined by Cruel's blood art. It began to fly towards him drop by drop, and when it hit his skin, it directly penetrated through. Such a large-scale spell immediately attracted everyone's attention. It wasn't just the blood of the dead. Even the people on the battlefield felt their power draining away with their blood, turning into blood droplets that flew into the sky. Je was shocked. Mr. Yeah, what's wrong? Even he could clearly feel his power being drained away with his blood. He could not help but be shocked when he saw drops of blood oozing out of his body and flying toward Qi. AI also said in a serious voice, "What a domineering cultivation technique." However, that was then and this is now. Although this person is powerful and has two minds, we need to borrow his strength at this time. Shi's face was grave. He clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Desolate, who was fighting with Ao Chongkong in the distance. He controlled the blood in his body and stopped his power from flowing out. AI was right. The battle for the position of Demon Emperor had always been an internal matter, but now it was a battle for the luck of the demon race, so there should be a balance of importance. After thinking it through, she was relieved and stood quietly in front of Mo to protect him. That's Ing Luo. Gu Qingqing, who was standing far away, was also shocked. The innate divine ability of the Grey Demon Clan Blood Seal. What's so powerful about this? Tenzatzi asked in surprise. Gu Qingqing said, "It's actually a method of absorbing energy. It's not fundamentally different from some of our cultivation techniques that extract the power of vitality stones. The only difference is that the vitality stones of the Blue Demon Clan are blood. Back then, the ancestors of the Christian Church used this move to seal themselves, and then used the power of the earth to refine them into blood divine beads for their descendants to enjoy." Everyone was shocked. He sealed himself and refined himself into a pearl. This buy-in, thinking about that kind of determination and spirit, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Gu Qingqing chuckled. But I couldn't have predicted it. In the end, I still got the advantage. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said, "Don't be too proud of yourself. The blood energy on this battlefield is too strong. The billions of blood beads are connected to each other and almost form a net. The power of the blood beads might not be less than that of the blood god beads. If we can't stop it, maybe another Void Extreme Divine Realm Warrior will come out. You're right, but this person is being protected by tens of millions of demons. How can we stop him?" Wei Qing said in a deep voice. In the distance, Gongyang Zhengqi and the others were also surprised to see this phenomenon. Li Huaqi slapped his palm on the strings of the zither, making a buzzing sound. He pulled the tail string with 2 fingers, wanting to strike. Suddenly, a golden light flashed and turned into the power of the sun, burning his skin. As long as he moved the strings slightly, the sunlight would attack him instantly. The sky above the zither strings was burning with sunlight, and the combat dagger axes were dancing. It was the sharp light of heavenly thoughts. The rest of the people also became vigilant, all holding their weapons in their hands, ready to attack at any moment. Since you're here to watch the show, then be quiet. Otherwise, you'll be putting on a show yourself. Tian Sidian laughed. Li Huaqi thought for a moment. If he and the others made a move, Ning Qiue and Tianxi would definitely stop them, and they would not be able to divert their attention. So he restored the strings and watched quietly. Only then did Tian Si retract the sharp light and place it behind his back. He also looked at the blood beads that filled the sky, his thoughts unknown. "In my opinion," Yunxiao said, "Lord Huangfu Bai is the most suitable person to stop this man's blood-forbidden style." Huangfu Bai and Tian Xingzi were the first to join the battlefield. Both sects suffered heavy casualties. Only Tian Xingzi and an elder were left in the Myriad Stars Valley, while the Soul Devourer sect still had 4 people. Huangfu Bai's face darkened and he said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to harm this lord?" "You're overthinking it, Lord Qi," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Although your sect has sacrificed a lot in this battle, it might be an opportunity for you and the other 3 elders. The Holy See absorbed the blood of the battlefield, and the four of you have been absorbing the souls of the battlefield. I'm sure you've gained a lot. Although Darren has been pretending to be seriously injured and unable to fight, under this young master's wondrous spell spirit's eyes, Darren's body is not only full of vitality, but it seems to be even stronger than before. His words caused the expressions of the soul devourer sex people to change drastically, and everyone glared at him. Huang Fu Bai coughed a few times under everyone's gazes. He said, "Although I've recovered 20 to 30% of my injuries, I'm by no means fully recovered like Li Yunxiao said. As for me going further, it's even more of a nonsense." "Oh, really?" Yunxiao's faint smile made his and the other three elders' scalps tingle, as if nothing could be hidden under his wise eyes. Huang Fuqi was instantly enraged and shouted, "Naturally! I think the one who has hidden the deepest is you, Li Yunxiao. You're an expert with a holy weapon. I've seen the power of a holy weapon when you suppressed the armillary sphere, but I've never seen you use it since. If I use the holy artifact, who can stop these demons and that Yunxiao was speechless, and he did not know how to explain. Previously, it was completely suppressed by the armillary sphere, and the divine realm tablet had activated its power on its own. However, even if the truth was explained, most people would still be suspicious. Now, many people had doubts in their eyes. "Not everyone can use a saint artifact," Yunxiao sneered. "If I could use it so smoothly, I would throw it out now and smash you to death." "You coward!" Huang Fu Bai coughed up blood from the rebuttal and felt a suffocating feeling in his chest. But he also became vigilant. Yunxiao had a saint artifact in his hand, and he was his enemy. He would surely be a major threat in the future. At the thought of this, his eyes turned cold, and he was even gathering killing intent. Yunxiao's explanation was reasonable. Even if he had a saint artifact, he might not be able to use it as he wished. Moreover, the backlash was not something ordinary people could bear, just like Si Tingyu's Wheel of Samsara. This dispelled everyone's doubts. Tian Zhaozi was afraid that the two of them would have a conflict, so he quickly said, "Li Yunxiao is condensing the lightning poison at the moment. I hope the Soul Devourer sect can bear the task of cutting off the blood-forbidden style." Huang Fu Bai's face revealed a difficult expression. He was extremely unwilling. However, everyone was staring at him, and his injuries had already healed. He might have been able to put on an act when he was in the crowd, but now that almost all of them were experts, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to continue pretending. The other three elders were also extremely unnatural, their faces filled with embarrassment. Huang Fu Bai gave Yunxiao an angry glare and said, "Although the task is very important, it is related to the life and death of our tribe. The three elders and I naturally have to do it." With that, he and the three elders turned into golden lights and shot out like flying arrows. "Damn it!" Xianxia cursed and said, "This old fox. Let me help him." He knocked his bow and shot out a thick black arrow. It turned into countless runes in the air and scattered into hundreds of arrows. They caught up with the speed of the four people and shuttled around them. Xianhua's strength at this moment was not even at its peak, and after the arrow he was even weaker. He didn't even have the strength to hold the bow anymore, and his hands directly fell down. The hundreds of arrows opened up a path in front of the Soul Devourer sect. Several demon clansmen leaped out of the battlefield. One of them was about 80 feet tall, holding an escape token in both hands, and he suddenly flew out. The shield spun in the air, knocking away half of the arrows and returning to his hand. He laughed wildly and hid his huge body behind the shield, then thrust it towards Huang Fu Bai. "Ignorant!" Huang Fu Bai sneered, then cast a spell with one hand. The golden speaker flew out of his body and rushed over while laughing. Swish! The big shield made a vibrating sound, and the golden speaker went through it. The demon's body trembled, and his face was filled with fear and confusion. His expression gradually became sluggish, and he fell from the sky with the shield. The Golden Whisperer's big mouth was biting a soul, which looked exactly like the demon. It was struggling desperately, but to no avail. It was swallowed bit by the Golden Whisperer. The big mouth was still chewing and eating with great relish. Dozens of gasps sounded in succession, and even Amaterasu and the others paled in fear. Not to mention the demons, who were so scared that their hair stood on end. The greatest fear came from the unknown. Most of the martial artists would die in battle. Everyone was mentally prepared for this, so they were not afraid of fighting to the death. However, they had never heard of their souls being eaten by monsters. They didn't know what would happen if their souls were eaten, so they were all afraid. The dozens of demons in front of them immediately turned pale and retreated to the sides, not daring to block the four of them. Useless trash, she cursed. He held the pipa blade with both hands and poured demonic chi into it. He kept accumulating power, and circles of green light emitted. Hey, if they're trash, what about you? Huang Fu Bai suddenly appeared in front of Zhe and looked at him with a mocking expression. Me? I'm the one who will cut you down under my saber. Zhe's battle blade had been accumulating power for a long time. The force of 1,000 caddies exploded and he slashed fiercely. Boom! Under the sea of blades, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Huang Fu Bai instantly activated the Pangu banner, causing the world to change color and all the saber chi to be sucked into it. At the same time, Golden Speaker flew into his body. Under the soul battle technique, his strength climbed to the peak. He formed a seal with both hands and slammed it up. Zhe was shocked. He pulled back his saber and blocked in front of him. Bang! Both of his hands formed a seal and slapped on the blade. Zhe instantly spurted out blood and was sent flying. However, the blood that was spat out did not spill down. Instead, it condensed into beads of blood and flew towards Qi. Stop him! Huang Fu Bai was shocked and shouted. The other three elders shouted and rushed forward. Each of them had a soul-devouring banner, and they had all obtained countless benefits from the battlefield. The three of them took out their soul-devouring flags and trapped Mo like an array. 3 golden souls flew out and bit at Mo. Humph! What a joke! Mo's face darkened. Such a small trick, he shouted. 3 pieces of trash wanna hurt me? His body suddenly became absent-minded, and he actually created a clone that rushed out of the blood light. He struck out 3 palms in a row, hitting the heads of the 3 primary souls. All of them let out shrill screams and exploded in an instant. Bang! 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 The 3 elders immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood. The soul-devouring banner immediately retracted and flew back to their sides. Huang Fu Bai's eyes glowed with an ominous light as he leaped up and slapped down with both palms. Boom! Yi's doppelganger also met the attack with his palms. Under the collision, the doppelganger was no match for Yi's attack and exploded into a bloody mist. The blood mist didn't disperse, but condensed into blood beads that Mo swallowed again. However, it was clear that he had suffered an impact, as the elemental energy fluctuations on his body had become somewhat violent. Die! Huang Fu Bai gave a loud growl, then took out the Pangu flag and threw it violently towards the blood-red light shield. Zhe rushed over. He didn't care about his injuries and welcomed the attack with his saber. Bang! Countless sparks burst out of the blade, and a tearing feeling appeared in Zhe's body. His internal organs felt as if they were being cooked by a frying fire. He forced himself to stand against the Pangu flag, his eyes filled with ferocity and awareness. Since you have this determination, I don't mind drawing one more divine soul. Huang Fu Bai's eyes lit up. The Golden Whisperer was refined from the soul of an ancestor of the Soul Devourer sect. Although He Yuhu and Si Tingyu had died before, he didn't dare to touch their souls in front of so many experts, so he only devoured the souls of the other experts. Ci was also a divine realm expert. After Desolate killed him, he was too far away to come close. He could only watch his soul disappear. Now he had a chance. Huang Fu Bai opened his mouth and spat out a golden light, which turned into a golden speaker and pounced on Zhe, biting his head. Ah! Zhe shouted in fear, but his battle sword was suppressed by the Pangu banner. He couldn't move his body and could only let the golden speaker bite him. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart, as if his soul was really being pulled out. Stop! In his shock and anger, Ai Hui waved his hand and a ray of colorful light flew out, It turned into a purple cauldron and fell down, suppressing Huang Fu Bai. Then, the cauldron shone brightly and spat out a purple cloud. The surroundings were lit up with true fire and the entire space was burning. Huang Fu Bai's surroundings immediately turned into a sea of fire. Purple light flickered in the fire, burning through his skin and into his soul. The golden speaker was the first to bear the brunt. With a scream, it burrowed into the Pangu flag. Xia managed to save his life at the last moment, but his head was covered in blood and fear. Bang! The Pangu banner absorbed the golden speaker and its power surged. It knocked away Xia's saber and hit his chest with a huge force, breaking a piece of bone. Eft! Xia spat out another mouthful of blood and flew away like a kite. Suddenly, a blood shadow appeared behind Xia and grabbed him. Lord Xia, you're so seriously injured that I'm afraid you won't be able to live. Why don't you give me your blood essence and I'll avenge you? It was Yi's clone. Xia was already so injured that he couldn't speak. The clone turned into a shadow and entered Xia's body. Bang! Xia's body exploded into countless pieces of flesh. What was shocking was that there was not a single drop of blood. Only a blood shadow flickered and returned to Mo's body. AI, who had always been gentle and elegant, was also furious. It completely lost its self-control, and its whole body trembled as it roared. Woof! You're worse than an animal. Mo Weiwei opened her eyes and the corners of her mouth curved up. What? Did I say something wrong? AI, please don't get angry and hurt your body. You're a rare genius in the art of cultivation in our clan, so I'll have to rely on your power in the future. AI Huey's body trembled with anger. Suddenly, a force passed through the purple cauldron and struck him, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. A gust of cold wind blew around Huang Fu Bai, isolating the purple light from the vacuum. He said coldly, "You actually want to use heaven and earth as a furnace to refine this lord. You've really gone crazy from artifact refining." Several runes flew up from the Pangu flag, turned into a palm under Huang Fu Bai's incantation gesture, and struck at the purple cauldron. Bang! The purple cauldron trembled violently, and the spreading flames gradually extinguished. The body of the cauldron was summoned back by AI. First, AI couldn't take it anymore. Second, seeing how cruel Yi was, AI's heart turned cold. Its eyes were filled with sadness and disheartened, as if it didn't want to fight anymore. I'll kill Yi first, then I'll kill you. Huang Fuqi glared at him coldly and flew toward Mo. The golden speaker was lying on his shoulder like a ferocious beast. It revealed a sinister smile that made one's hair stand on end. Oh? Are you going to kill me? Mo Yun chuckled. The blood beads that filled the sky continued to gather from all directions and merge into her body. The entire blood-forbidden technique seemed to be incomplete. However, the corner of his mouth was raised in disdain and his eyes were cold as he stared at Huang Fu Bai as if he was looking at a dead man. Huang Fu Bai cursed in his heart. As if he had sensed that something was wrong, he suddenly straightened his body. What, are you scared? Mo raised his eyes, full of contempt. Huang Fu Bai said in shock, "Your injuries are terrible." "No, it's your injury," said Mo Yun with a smile. Huang Fuqi's heart turned cold as he turned around and left. "With this kind of intelligence, you can stay here forever." The judge shouted coldly and slashed out with his saber. The roar of a true dragon could be heard from the saber, suppressing Huang Fuqi. What? Huang Fuyan was shocked, but he did not panic. Although the saber radiance was strong, it was not enough to kill him. He grabbed the Pangu banner and swept it across. Bang! The power on the flag was scattered, and the strong power struck on Huang Fu Bai's body. He felt his arms shaking, and even sensed the souls in the flag wailing under the dragon power. "Let's go," he shouted timidly. Together with the other three elders, they turned into rays of light and were about to escape back. "Stop them," Mo shouted. Hundreds of demons flew up in front of them, cutting off their path and charging forward. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. "All of you, go to hell." Huang Fu Bai's face darkened and he shouted angrily. He led 3 people and charged over. Previously, AI had been sneak attacked by Xianxia and had been seriously injured. At this moment, his old injuries had been aggravated and he had finally managed to control them. He looked at Mo Dao and said, "How much longer do you need to succeed?" Although he had made him extremely angry, it was undoubtedly one of the two pillars of support for the monster race. The blood beads that filled the sky were still condensing and flying over, being absorbed into his body. He had a satisfied look on his face, as if he was intoxicated by it. The power contained in these blood beads is much more abundant than I had imagined. My injuries have already healed, but it doesn't stop me from continuing to absorb it and increasing my strength. His eyes lit up. Gu Qingqing had taken the blood god bead away from him, which had almost become an eternal pain in his heart. Fortunately, he had obtained the whereabouts of the Buddhist demon sacred art, which made his heart feel a little better. Now that an opportunity that was not weaker than the blood god bead had appeared, the blood in his body became boiling hot and he was unusually excited. "Don't forget the condition for you to use the blood forbidden technique," AI said in a deep voice. "It's to stop those cool and ancient mayfly balls. You already have the strength to stop them now." "Really?" Mo chuckled. "I don't think those two have much power left, so it's impossible for them to make such a terrible attack again. Why don't you let me absorb more blood energy beads and stop them later?" "You coward!" AI was so angry that he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and he suddenly looked old. Mo sneered and ignored him. He continued to absorb the blood energy beads, and his speed was getting faster and faster. When the beads merged into his body, they emitted a bobo explosion, like the sound of boiling water. In the distance, Tian Zhaozi's expression turned unsightly. "We're in big trouble. I didn't expect Huang Fubai to be so unreliable." With his strength, he could have interrupted Yao Rao's blood forbidden technique and stopped her from increasing her strength. However, "We've wasted this opportunity." His voice was filled with disappointment. With a glance, one could see that Huang Fubai and the other three had already fallen into the ocean of demon race, besieged and unable to get out. The three elders had been seriously injured before, and now they were even more in danger. They could die at any time and they were all sweating. "Humph! When has that grandson ever been reliable?" Tian Xingzi's face was full of ridicule, but he was gloating more. "He's too afraid of death," Yunxiao said. "He doesn't want to take any risks." "This isn't the time to talk about this." Amaterasu shook his head. "How's the fusion going?" Yunxiao's body was covered in green lightning, and crackling sounds could be heard from time to time. However, Beifeng Nan's face was pale as he tried very hard to condense the 7 illusions green damask. Finally, he managed to produce a watermelon-sized ball which was far from what he had before. "This is already my limit," said Beimeng Nan. "Let's try this." "All right," Yunxiao said. "Tell them to back off." The two of them faced each other with one hand, and the lightning and poison gradually fused together. A green light flickered, illuminating the two of them. In order to avoid detection by the demons, Amaterasu used the great sound transmission technique to directly transmit information to the ears of every human and their weapons. "Cool." Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand and shouted, "Cool. 1,000 years." Beimeng Nan's eyes narrowed. The green balls in their palms gradually fused together, emitting crackling lightning. A green vortex appeared around them, like a huge green flower of light. The human warriors retreated immediately after receiving the message. Most of them were members of the Earth Alliance. They had only realized how terrifying the monster race was after fighting them. They had wanted to run away for a long time. Now they ran away as if they had been pardoned. The weapons of slaughter reacted much slower, and this delay was just enough to cover the retreat of the Earth Alliance. In an instant, several people were killed, and this was the first time they officially retreated from the battlefield. At a glance, they were all covered in wounds. There were more than 10 people with broken arms. Each killing weapon had a terrifying fatal wound on its body, but all of them were expressionless, like the walking dead. The golden-armored men of sacrifice were more spiritual. Some of them frowned deeply and stood there in pain. Azura Ghost, on the other hand, took out origin crystals and devoured them, not stopping for a moment. In terms of function, the Ghost Azura was obviously more powerful than the golden-armored Deathsworn, and it had its own recovery ability. However, the difficulty and cost of the Ghost Azura were much higher. As soon as the crowd retreated, the morale of the demons soared. They roared and chased after them. AI was shocked. He forcefully gathered his chi again and roared, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Many people had also noticed the strange behavior of Yunxiao and Bai Mingnan, and they immediately recalled the trick they had used earlier. They were so frightened that they fled as fast as they could when AI called out. The demon army immediately fell into chaos. Behind them was Huangfu Bai, who was besieged. The three elders had been torn to pieces, and he was the only one left killing. He wanted to open up a path, but those demons were so bloodshot that they didn't care about their lives anymore. Many of them pounced on him and self-detonated their dantian, leaving him unable to escape. He had also heard Tian Zhaozi's voice transmission, but he had been forced into a corner and had no time to spare. Yunxiao and Beifeng Nan naturally ignored him, and they threw out a cool and spinning yo-yo. Boom! The ball exploded and turned into a world that spread forward. The demons were immediately thrown into chaos and fled in all directions. However, how could they escape the speed of the lightning? In an instant, thousands of demons were trapped within it. A large number of people began to be poisoned. Although the poison was not as strong as before, there were more people who were injured now. Once the poison entered their wounds, it flowed through their blood and into their bodies, killing many on the spot. Some of the stronger ones hurriedly circulated their vital energy to block the poison. Only then did everyone realize that this move was not as heaven-defying as before, where almost anyone who touched it would die. The power of this move was much weaker, and it could be considered a pocket-sized version. Many strong people could withstand it. "That's all we can do," said Bai Mingnan with a frown. His handsome face began to rot, and the venom in his body was drained. His body withered and returned to his original appearance. "That's already very good," Amaterasu said happily. "The damage of this move is equivalent to 100 killing machines." A large number of demons were poisoned to death and fell from the sky. Some of them were poisoned, but they could still resist it. These demons made up the majority. Only less than 1/10 of them could completely resist and not be infected by the poison. Tears flowed down from AI's eyes as she cried bitterly. "Could it be that the heavens want to exterminate my monster race?" After living in the illusory realm of the stars and moon for thousands of years, a peerless demon emperor finally appeared. He signed a contract with the true spirit Wujian, broke the seal on the 5-Cloud Mountain, and released the terrifying Azure Demon Clan. Shang of the Calamity Tower clan also woke up from his deep sleep tens of thousands of years ago and brought the holy weapon, the Armillary Sphere. With this rare genius in the art of cultivation, this era should have been prosperous. But now, tens of thousands of elites had been killed or injured in this battle. The high-end combat power of the entire demon race had almost collapsed. Under the effects of this move, nearly 2,000 demons were killed, and more than half of the remaining 2,000 demons were poisoned by this move. He turned a blind eye to everything that was happening. The Ash-Grey Demon Clan had always been feeding on blood. Since they were young, they had killed countless of their own kind in the 5-Cloud Mountain. The other demon clans were basically food in his eyes. He was still immersed in the pleasure of continuously increasing his strength, but soon his expression changed greatly. His eyes burst out with shock and anger, and he stopped the blood-forbidden style. It turned out that the blood energy beads that filled the sky had also been poisoned by the cool and alluring Eternity Mayfly Ball, and were then absorbed into his body. Mo suddenly raised his hands and saw a green poison as thin as hair swimming in his meridians. He immediately stopped absorbing the blood energy beads and retracted the blood light around him. He rushed out in anger and shouted, "Die!" It was not easy for him to have such a battlefield to replenish his strength and make up for the loss of the blood god beads. However, he was poisoned, which made him extremely angry. He poured all his anger into the saber in his hand and directly slashed at Huangfu Bai, who was the closest to him. Huang Fu-bai was killing the surrounding demons in anger, but he was also covered by the Thunder World. He was shocked and quickly used his power to block the poison. Many demons around him were too busy to care about themselves and did not have the time to pay attention to him. He was overjoyed and turned into a light to fly away. However, an overwhelming force came at him, and the murderous aura locked onto him directly. The sky was already split open before the saber light reached him. Huang Fu-bai was shocked. He turned around abruptly and merged the golden speaker into his body. His two souls merged into one, and at the same time, he activated the Pangu flag to the maximum and slapped it toward the blade light. Bang! The sound of a profound level weapon breaking made everyone's heart tremble. The Pangu banner was cut into two by the bone jade knife. However, the knife chi did not die out and went through Huang Fu-bai's body. Ah! Huang Fu-bai gave a blood-curdling screech as a bright red line of blood appeared from his forehead to his lower jaw. The Gold Whisperer's shrill cry was heard as it slowly flew out from Huang Fu-bai's head. It screamed in pain in the air, then suddenly flew down and bit Huang Fu-bai's head, trying to pull his soul out. Huang Fu-bai's soul struggled in the golden speaker's mouth, and just like the countless martial artists who were swallowed by it, it was useless no matter how hard it struggled. It was slowly being devoured. After the golden speaker devoured Huang Fu-bai, it was still in great pain. It seemed to have a connection with the Pangu flag. Now that the flag was destroyed, it lost its lodging and could no longer live in the human world. It was afraid that it would gradually dissipate. The huge golden soul shadow flew in a circle and then rushed into the sky, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Huang Fu-bai seemed to have died without a reason. His eyes became lifeless, but they were wide open and could not be closed. Humph! Another divine transcendence expert's blood. TSK, this is really good. Moreover, it's the peak of divine transcendence. I'm afraid it's just one step away from the peak. Huang Fu-bai had absorbed too many souls on this battlefield. He had been holding back and not saying a word, and was almost about to advance in rank. But now it had become an advantage for the enemy. Mo was ecstatic. He grabbed Huang Fu-bai's body and extracted his blood, instantly turning him into a dried corpse. Huang Fu-bai's death had greatly shocked all the human warriors. Xianxia was stunned for a while. It was as if in a dream, the opponent he had painstakingly planned to kill for decades had been cut down by the demon race just like that, and even his soul had not escaped. Having his soul eaten by the Golden Whisperer could be considered as a natural cycle, and it was karma. Although everyone was shocked, they were gloating in their hearts. It was all because of the Soul Devourer sect's bad reputation. This is troublesome, Gu Qingqing said worriedly. He seems to have stepped into the void extreme divine realm. The elites of the demon race have been destroyed, Yunxiao said. I'm afraid the remaining 2,000 people will not be able to recover in thousands of years. What was the use of only 2 peak-level great demons? Furthermore, a mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. They will definitely kill one of them. At that time, we only need to deal with some of the remaining soldiers and a peak-level demon. Are you saying that Ying Luo is leaving now? Tenzhou asked. Yunxiao nodded and said, yes, leaving now is the wisest choice. Let the demon race return to their internal conflicts. After they've suffered great losses, we'll think of a way to encircle and annihilate them. Everyone fell into deep thought, and Gu Qingqing also said, my little lover's method is wonderful. Previously, the demon army was strong and had 3 leaders, so it was difficult to have a conflict. Now that there were only 2 of them left, and their mainstays had been destroyed, it was inevitable that they would compete for the position of Demon Emperor. Even if we didn't intervene, the monster race probably wouldn't be able to rise again for the next few thousand years. That makes sense, Tenzhou said. If that's the case, then let's leave. They were quite nimble, especially those warriors who had been crippled. As soon as they heard that they were leaving, they immediately perked up, as if they had completely recovered. All clansmen, retreat from the battlefield immediately. No more fighting. Tian Zhaozi immediately sent a message. It immediately caused an uproar, but more of it was joy. All the martial artists immediately began to run away as if they were running for their lives. Gongyang Zhengqi also understood the current situation and shouted, "Let's go! Although I've revealed all of my trump cards, the demons have basically been crippled. Wei Wuya has also revealed his strength, and those who are against me in the holy region have all been killed. Although it's not perfect, I've achieved my goal, so I'm in a good mood." The 5 of them were about to leave when Ning Qiue's eyes narrowed. "You want to leave? Are you not afraid of being laughed at by the world?" A force circled around her body, as if she was about to make a move. The 5 people were immediately shocked. They did not dare to underestimate him and became vigilant. Gongyang Zhengqi sneered, "Whether I'm ridiculed or not has nothing to do with you, right? You're really worried about us." "Thank you." "You're welcome," Ning Qiue said indifferently. "Since you're so determined, I'll do it to the end. I'll give you a chance to not be laughed at by the world." With the surge of power from her body, a blood moon appeared behind her, occupying half of the sky. It was unusually bright. The blood moon's meridians were faintly visible, and there were all kinds of strange runes and formations on it. It was like a work of art that had captured the sky. However, it was a living creature. After it appeared, it slowly opened its eyes and looked at the world. As the eye of the ultimate opened, the entire sky became clear under the gaze of the eye, as if it had cleansed everything. Everyone's heart trembled and a strange feeling emerged. It was as if, after being swept by that gaze, they had experienced thousands of years and the vicissitudes of life. "This is a Xianxia." Just as everyone was in shock, they found that time and space had been twisted, and the world had been changed. They were now in a strange place. They were originally standing in the air, but now they were all standing on the ground. Below them was a thick layer of rock, which gave people a sense of sturdiness. The structure of the rock layer was extremely ancient. This spiritual energy is dense. Many people were surprised. They felt the spiritual qi was even more abundant than the spiritual mountains and treasured lands on the heavenly martial continent. Tian Zhaozi squatted down and touched the rock, his expression strange. Immemorial dragon rock. Many of them were proficient in the Tao of sorcery, and a few experts from the Soul Formation Sea Spell Garden were also shocked. Yun Xiao clenched his fists, and sweat dripped down from his temples. "This is just an eye technique of the sinkhole. Created a scene from the primordial era, so there's no need to take it seriously." "An illusion?" Tian Zhaozi looked up at the sky and looked down at the earth. He touched the ground lightly and muttered to himself, "But this sense of reality, is it really an illusion?" Gu Qingqing was also confused. Such a realistic illusion. Who knows if the spacetime we were in was not an illusion? Yun Xiao's heart stirred as well. It was because he felt that this place was extremely real, completely different from the illusions he usually cast. When he asked Gu Qingqing, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "All laws are like dreams and bubbles, like fog and lightning, and should be observed like this." It was the lotus platform of Fa Hua, like the scripture I've heard. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and golden light appeared in his eyes. He wanted to see through everything, but his eyes were suddenly suppressed by a force. He felt an intense pain and instantly shed tears of blood. "What's wrong?" Che Yu and the rest were shocked. They immediately surrounded him. "I'm fine," she said. Yun Xiao reached out to stop them and closed his eyes. Only then did the tears of blood gradually stop. The power of the sinkhole's eye technique is too strong. It can almost mix the fake with the real and turn the void into reality. Only the eye of truth can see through it. "Oh!" Ning Qiue looked over and said, "Are you talking about the Bo family, the master of the four seas? The eye of truth that has been passed down for generations. If the rumors are true, I'm really surprised. It seems like I have to make a trip to the four seas." Tian Si's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yun Xiao was shocked. If Polong was in his prime, he might be able to fight the ultimate, but he was in an extremely bad state at the moment. If the two of them went to the Ocean Emperor's palace, there would probably be another storm of blood, and he would be the sinner. This world isn't a place where you can do whatever you want. Everyone, Xiao gritted his teeth and said angrily, "The only way to leave this illusion is to kill the ultimate. Otherwise, there is no other way." What? Everyone was shocked, and their hearts sank. They had finally received the order to retreat. They thought it was over, but they were caught in another crisis. "You're wrong," Xianxia said. "There's another way to dispel the illusion other than killing me." Xiao frowned, his face full of confusion. Xianxia chuckled and said, "I want to dispel the illusion." "Then what will it take for you to dispel the illusion?" Xiao asked. Xiao's smile turned cold. "As per the Demon King's promise, I'm here to kill all humans except you." All the humans were furious. Gongyang Zhengxi said coldly, "Since that's the case, then you can die first." Knowing that the war was inevitable, Gongyang Zhengxi swept his spear and stabbed Xianxia between her eyebrows. Clang, a rapid sound pierced through the sky. The spear pierced through Xiao's forehead. Blood was dripping from her face. Gongyang Zhengxi's face changed. This realistic scene made him feel irritated. He roared and swept his spear. Xiao's body suddenly exploded into pieces. When Xiao reappeared, she was already standing on the eye of the ultimate. She was as cold as a fairy in the moon. With a contemptuous look, she looked at the earth and all living beings coldly. Huang and Ao Chongkong had also realized that they could change the world. However, they had already traveled thousands of miles in the pursuit and killing. They appeared and disappeared from time to time, so they had no time to care about this. Gongyang Zhengxi raised his spear and shouted, "Kill her! If the 5 of us join forces, there's no one who can match us in this sky." Tisk tsk. Is it really good to be so confident? Tian's mocking laughter rang out as he appeared in front of Gongyang Zhengxi. The sharp light from his battle halberd turned into a ray of sunlight as it slashed down, instantly blinding everyone. "Humph! Humph!" Gongyang Zhengxi grunted and said, "I'll kill this guy. I'll leave the woman to the 4 of you." The spear trembled as a ferocious roar sounded out. It pierced through the sun and charged forward, trapping Tian's within a spear light. The corners of Tian's lips curled up into a cold smile as he retreated with his dagger in hand. The 2 of them quickly became one. Chu Hongyan and the other 3 people flew up to the blood moon and surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at the 4 of them and chuckled. "Kill me? Do you think that's possible?" Chu Hongyan was about to say something, but Li Huaqi shouted softly, "Kill!" He plucked the strings of the zither cleanly, and a murderous sound reverberated, turning into countless slashes. Xianxia's sword melody was also soaring. As the 2 of them played together, the rhythm increased by several times. The entire sky was torn apart, and the cracks spread in the shape of ripples. The attack tore Xianxia into pieces and turned her into countless light curtains. "Damn it! This girl's illusionary techniques are extremely powerful," Zhu Tianhan said in a low voice. Suddenly, an unusually terrifying feeling appeared in his heart. He felt that he was about to step into the gates of hell. At the moment of life and death, a ray of purple light fell, and the sound of a profound level weapon vibrating was heard behind him. Chu Hongyan's sword struck out and blocked Xiao's golden sword. Zhu Tianhan had managed to pick up one from the gates of hell, and in his shock, he didn't even turn his head. He grabbed his battle saber and slashed behind him, shouting, "You want to kill me? Go to hell!" Shwa shwa. The sky was cut open, but Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. Not only that, but even Chu Hongyan, Li Huaqi, Xianxia, and even Gongyang Zhengxi, as well as everyone else in the distance, had disappeared. Zhu Tianhan was greatly shocked. He immediately knew that he had fallen into an illusion, and he did not dare to move. He stood with his saber in hand and spread out his divine sense, becoming more vigilant. Suddenly, the sky was split open like a curtain, and Chu Hongyan's peerless face appeared. She held the Zixiao sword in her hand, looking valiant and heroic. She stood in the air and said, "Everyone is under an illusion. Quickly follow me." Zhu Tianhan was overjoyed. "As expected of the divine Cloud Palace's palace master," he praised. "I've also heard of you overseas. You truly live up to your reputation. You're too kind, Chu Hongyan said. Now is not the time for pleasantries. How to kill the enemy is the most important thing. That's right, Zhu Tianhan said as he cupped his fists. He came to Chu Hongyan's side, turned his palm, and chopped down with his saber. Bang! Chu Hongyan was taken aback. She hurriedly dodged and raised her sword to meet the attack. A wave of weapon essence spread out and almost cut her. She said angrily, "Are you crazy?" Zhu Tianhan's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "I'm crazy, but my cold-toothed saber isn't. It can recognize your aura. Ultimate." Chu Hongyan's face was indifferent. She turned into Ning Qiue's real body and said in surprise, "Interesting. There's actually such a weapon." She looked at the battle blade that was like a row of saw teeth and revealed a look of admiration. "Humph. There are many interesting things. Let's see if you have the life to play with it." Absolute Heaven coldly laughed. Chu Hongyan's figure suddenly appeared behind Ning Qiue and silently stabbed her sword. Zhu Tianhan's words were meant to distract her, but it seemed that she was still aware of it. Her figure flickered and disappeared in front of the saber, allowing Chu Hongyan to stab empty air. Clang! The sound of the zither came from the sky, sometimes slow and sometimes fast. The big strings were like heavy rain, and the small strings were like whispers. The sound of the zither was mixed, and the big and small pearls fell on the jade plate. As the string was played, the sky began to fluctuate like a musical score. The sword notes were like musical notes, floating and circling in the sky. Brahma Sea Clear Sound Song. As the sound wave reverberated, the central sky flickered a few times. Ning Qiue could not hide and reappeared. However, there was no panic on her face. In fact, there was not even a trace of expression on her face. She just stood there with the sword in her hand and listened quietly, as if she was intoxicated by it. Her eyes were closed as she faced the breeze. Her cheeks were slightly red as if she was in a daze. He sighed in his heart and held the golden sword in front of him. Looking at it carefully, the talisman light on it flashed and the words "Time is like a song" seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. In this lifetime, meeting on a narrow road, one cannot be spared from the swan and I. The person playing the zither seemed to have felt the change in her state of mind. The rhythm became faster and faster, and the sword sound danced rapidly. It seemed to spin around Ning Qiue, and the sword momentum kept climbing. Chu Hongyan also seemed to be touched, and her eyes seemed to be in a trance. The scene on the snowfall peak that year suddenly appeared in her mind, and she couldn't forget it. Suddenly, Li Huaqi's voice came, like the city bell of the evening drum, and he shouted, "Palace Master Hongyan, don't be distracted." Chu Hongyan's heart trembled, and all her reverie was dispelled. Her eyes narrowed and shot out a little coldness. He raised the Zixiao sword in front of him, and the 72 streams of power of the Earth Star on it flickered in response. Clang! The Buddhist Sea Clear Sound tune suddenly changed its tone. The noise pierced through people's hearts, numbing their pores and making them feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to tear themselves apart. "Ah!" Ning Qiue screamed under the voice. Her face became extremely horrible, and blood oozed out of her 7 holes. At this moment, a figure flickered in the sky. It was Xianxia. Her body was like a musical instrument, melding with the sound sword in her hand and turning into a huge sword essence. It flew out from the countless notes and slashed down. Chu Hongyan and Zhu Tianhan also did not attack immediately. The heavenly stars responded. The earth fiend condensed. The cold chi on the Zixiao sword vibrated. The night black frost fell into the purple sky. Don't ask the common people. Ask the ghosts and gods. One sword asked the common people. Zhu Tianhan was taken aback when he felt the sword chi. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly brandished his cold-toothed saber to slash at it. With the 4 of them working together, it was a destructive attack. Ning Qiue's body was shaken by a ray of purple light that shot directly to the 9th heaven. She seemed to be in extreme pain. Her body continued to crack under the joint attack, and her flesh and blood rolled out. Her face became extremely terrifying, like a round ball of flesh. There were no facial features on it, only a strange eye. Anger and hatred shot out from those eyes. Everyone felt as if they were being stared at, and their hair stood on end. Again, Chu Hongyan shouted. The Zixiao sword turned in the air, and he stabbed forward as one with the sword. The other three didn't hesitate either. Zither music, sword music, and treasured sabers all slashed down. Boom! A red energy sphere appeared on Ning Qiue's body and blocked the attacks of the four. The light of the ward slowly condensed into the shape of an eye. Ning Qiue was attacked by the four people. Under the huge eye on her face, blood spurted out from her blurry flesh. The power of the barrier began to become unstable, and the sky trembled. Ning Qiue's body was also trembling. Suddenly, the eyes on her face became sad and started to bleed. She opened her mouth and said in a very hoarse voice, "Let's go, quick! Let's go, let's go!" You're Ning Qiue?" Chu Hongyan was shocked. Ning Qiue's body trembled even more, as if she couldn't control it. Her eyes were filled with pain as she said, "I'm about to lose control. I can't control it anymore. Let's retreat," Chu Hongyan said. The four of them withdrew their power, and the round red enchantment suddenly disappeared. Ning Qiue's body stopped trembling, and she bent her body in the sky, gasping for breath. The four of them didn't dare to go forward and were still on guard. Li Huaqi said, "How can I save you?" Ning Qiue shook her head and said, "Just now, the Buddhist Sea clear sound song distracted the ultimate for a moment and allowed me to temporarily regain control of my body. I wanted to kill myself, but as soon as I thought about it, my consciousness would be taken back. Leave quickly. You can't kill the sinkhole for now with your strength." "Then how can we kill it?" Chu Hongyan asked anxiously. Ning Qiue's face was wriggling, and her facial features slowly grew back. She had returned to her original appearance, but it was covered in blood. Everyone had seen her terrifying appearance just now. Even with her beautiful face now, they still felt a little scared and did not dare to approach her. Ning Qiue shook her head. "I don't know. The sinkhole was famous in ancient times. In the memory fragments I obtained, it even fought with the ancient true dragon but didn't die." "What?" The four people's expressions changed drastically, and they were petrified on the spot. "Even the ancient true dragon can't kill it?" Li Huaqi exclaimed in horror. "I've received too little information," Ning Qiue said, "but the sinkhole has long lost its power. It seems to have been injured by the true dragon and fallen into an endless sleep. And to make it fully recover, it will need the power of Tianxi and Li Yunxiao. I don't know how to kill it, but you must stop it from getting Li Yunxiao, or Lao AI will kill Tianxi." She mustered up all her courage to say the last sentence, and her face turned ugly. When Chu Hongyan heard that it was about Gu Feiyang, her face was immediately filled with killing intent and her eyes flashed with cold light. Zhu Tianhan was thinking even more, and he said worriedly, "Do you mean that if the sinkhole gets Li Yunxiao, there will be another monster comparable to the ancient true dragon in this world?" "Yes," Ning Qiue said. Zhu Tianhan's eyes turned cold. "In addition to killing Tianxi," he said, "in my opinion, Li Yunxiao should also be killed to avoid future trouble. I don't know what the three of you think about this." Before he could even finish speaking, Zhu Tianhan suddenly felt that something was wrong. A wave of coldness came from nowhere and enveloped his entire body, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The three of them turned to look at him. Except for Xue Chenxi, who was still calm, Li Huaqi and Chu Hongyan's eyes were full of killing intent. Especially the killing intent from Chu Hongyan, which was almost tangible. Swish! A streak of purple sword light rose up. Zhu Tianhan was caught off guard, and a piece of flesh on his right shoulder was sliced off. The tip of the sword pressed down on a vital point on his throat. Although it did not pierce through his skin, blood was already seeping out. "Palace Master Hongyan, what is the meaning of this?" Zhu Tianhan cried out in fear. "I'll forgive you for offending me with your ignorance," Chu Hongyan said coldly. "If there's a next time, as long as you have the slightest intention to deal with Li Yunxiao, you won't be able to keep your head." Li Huaqi reached out his hand, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Not only will we lose our heads, but the Dragon's Tooth Villa will also be finished." Zhu Tianhan immediately understood where he had gone wrong, and he silently blamed himself. As a member of an overseas aristocratic family, he had not heard much about the affairs of the continent, so he should not have spoken so casually. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the continent, and a single mistake could have brought about a fatal disaster. It was this one slip of the tongue. Please don't blame me. Zhu Tianhan could also be considered an outstanding person of his generation, and he was able to adapt to circumstances. After thinking things through, he immediately apologized. At the same time, he turned his gaze to Xianxia. They were both members of an overseas sect and also members of the Earth Alliance, so he hoped that she would put in a good word for him. "He doesn't know about the matter between you and Li Yunxiao," Xianxia said. "He doesn't know about the friendship between Li Yunxiao and Big Brother Li. This is a critical time, so I hope you don't take it to heart." Chu Hongyan retracted her sword and said, "I've already seen it and I've already spared him once. No matter what time it is, there won't be a next time." Zhu Tianhan wiped his neck, and his entire body trembled. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Don't worry, Palace Master Hong Yen. There won't be a next time. Speaking of which, young Master Yunxiao and I are friends." Ning Qiue suddenly smiled bitterly. "I'm really happy to see you guys reunite with the person you love." Chu Hongyan did not know what to say. "Murong Zhu, he's so weak." Ning Qiue shook her head. "He really died a long time ago. Now, apart from his body, his entire soul is filled with thoughts." There was a trace of sadness in her eyes as she said, "I don't know what I'm still infatuated with and obsessed with. Perhaps even if it's just my body, it can calm me down, or perhaps it's more like I'm willing to do it." "What do you mean?" Chu Hongyan was shocked. Ning Qiue said, "If I didn't follow him willingly, the sinkhole wouldn't have had the chance to occupy my body. Although I can't turn back now, I've never regretted it since I left the Red Moon City." Their hearts trembled slightly, and they couldn't help but feel sympathy. They were both emotional people, so they could understand the pain. For Ning Qiue, prosperity was in the past, and now only withering was left. Ning Qiue tied up her hair and smiled miserably. "Now is not the time to talk about this. You must remember my words and leave quickly. The next time the ultimate takes control of my body, I'll become even more lost, and the degree of fusion will be even greater than now. Take care of yourself," Chu Hongyan said. She couldn't bear to look at Ning Qiue anymore, so she turned around and left. The other three also waved goodbye. Ning Qiue began to cast a spell with one hand to dispel the illusion. All of a sudden, a ray of golden light descended, and Tian Si appeared beside her. She frowned and said, "Why did you come out?" Ning Qiue was stunned and smiled bitterly. "Do you hate me that much?" she asked. "What?" Tian Si's face was filled with displeasure. "Do you know that this will spoil the Ultimate's plans? They're my friends," Ning Qiue said. "I can't watch them be killed by the Ultimate." "Save a friend," Tian Si sneered. TSK, I'm really touched. Don't you want to save the owner of this body?" Ning Qiue's body trembled, and her chest heaved up and down violently. She only calmed down after a while and said, "You don't need to lie to me. The dead cannot be brought back to life, not to mention that Big Brother Murong has been dead for so long." Tian Si laughed mockingly. "Haha! Who told you that the dead cannot be brought back to life? Wasn't Yunxiao the reincarnation of Gu Feiyong? Lord Guishu is an existence comparable to an ancient true dragon. He controls the rules of a realm, and whoever he wants to die will die, whoever he wants to live will live. If that's the case, why did it become half dead by itself?" Ning Qiue asked. "Did it not want to live?" "Ka!" Tian Si was furious. She grabbed Ning Qiue's neck and pressed her handsome and evil face close to her. Her eyes were like those of a poisonous snake. Ning Qiue's heart ached. "Don't look at me like that," she shouted. "I can't bear Brother Murong's gaze." Tisk, tisk. A sneer appeared on Tian Si's face as he slowly retracted his hand. Then, he stabbed his hand into his chest, and with a muffled groan, a large amount of blood stained his chest. "Arg! You!" Ning Qiu screamed and shouted, "What are you doing? Hee hee. Don't be so nervous. I'm just punishing you." Tian Si smiled evilly. "To me, this body isn't anything special. If I lose it, I can still find a better one. But to you, if you lose it, you'll really lose it forever and never come back." Ning Qiu's breathing became rapid, and 2 lines of tears fell. "I beg you, please don't do this. If you want this body back as soon as possible and bring it back to life, then you have to cooperate with Lord Sinkhole and complete the fusion as soon as possible so that Lord Sinkhole can recover his strength as soon as possible." Tian Si said. "I'll try my best," Ning Qiu said with tears in her eyes. There were some things that one knew were wrong, but one would still persist. It was only because one was unwilling and, more importantly, because one really wanted to see you again, even if it was just once, for a moment. Yes. Only then did Tian Si return to his normal appearance. After treating the wound on his chest, he said, "I'll let it go this time. I don't want there to be a next time. Since you've already come out, Lord Guishu won't be able to control his body in a short period of time, and you don't have enough power to deal with them, so you should leave first." Ning Qiu then calmed down and kept making hand seals. The whole world faded away and gradually left the ancient environment and returned to its original state. Heaven and earth returned to reality. Ning Qiu and Tian Si had no intention of staying any longer. They turned around and were about to leave. Chu Hongyan and the others looked at her bleak back and couldn't help feeling emotional. Gongyang Zhengxi frowned and said, "Palace Master Hongyan, why didn't you kill her? Do you know that letting a tiger return to the mountain will cause endless trouble?" Chu Hongyan's eyes flashed with disgust and she said coldly, "I'm sorry. Bungong's strength is low and I can't kill her. If Lord Gongyang feels that this is inappropriate, please go by yourself." "I'm the same," Li Huaqi said with a smile. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Your Excellency." Gongyang Zhengxi snorted. Although he was unhappy, he didn't say anything. "Thank you for your hard work. Once the sinkhole is gone, these demons will no longer be a threat." All of a sudden, a powerful force erupted, shaking the world. Everyone's heart beat wildly as they hurriedly looked up. Countless talisman light gushed out from Yi's body, and the laws of heaven and earth swirled around his body like a whirlpool, constantly being absorbed into his body. After killing Huangfu Bai, he did not fight again. Instead, he drew all of Huangfu Bai's blood and continued to absorb blood energy beads. Although the blood energy beads were poisonous, they were still within his control. If he lost this great opportunity, he would probably never be able to find the blood of so many experts again, and it would be too difficult to reach a higher level. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and continued to absorb more blood after he had sucked all of Huangfu Bai's blood. The blood energy beads that filled the sky were like a huge net, pouring into his body endlessly. Finally, after a great accumulation, he broke through the shackles of the peak and stepped into the void divine realm. Ha ha ha! Emo stood in the sky, laughing wildly. He retracted his aura and stopped the blood seal. The essence energy on his body rippled out at an extremely mysterious frequency, and the surrounding demon clan members could not help but want to prostrate in worship. He broke through on the spot, which shocked everyone. Even Huang and Ao Chongkong, who had been chasing him, sensed it. Huang stopped in shock. He did not pay much attention to the returning ruins and Tian Si's defeat just now. But now that Yi had stepped into the extreme void, his face turned cold, and he immediately stopped chasing Ao Chongkong. The two of them separated from each other in the sky and flew down to their respective camps like meteors. As soon as Ao Chongkong's figure landed on the warship, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. The blood landed on the warship and glowed golden. Took a few breaths for it to turn back into normal blood. "How is it?" Amaterasu hurriedly stepped forward. Ao Chongkong took a deep breath and said, "So strong." By relying on the power of nothingness, he seems to be able to maintain the void extreme divine realm without limit. Maintain the Kasaya without limit. Everyone was shocked. This was definitely not good news. Wei Wuya's face turned ugly. "Not only that," Ao Chongkong said. "As the battle progressed, His degree of fusion with nothingness became higher and higher, and the power he could control became stronger and stronger. I even suspect that if he continues to fight, he might even be able to reach a higher level. Wei Wuya, Gu Qingqing, and a few others gasped. The Void God realm was the strongest power in the last 100,000 years. Even Yi Nantian could only maintain it for a few hours. It was already shocking to hear that Huang could stay in the Void God realm indefinitely. It was beyond their imagination that he could reach a higher level. It's impossible that there are no side effects, right? Yun Xiao frowned. After Ning Qiue was possessed by the returning ruins, she lost her mind. If Desolate had fused with her too much, he should have been swallowed by Wu. Ao Chongkong pondered for a moment and said, "It's possible. In the battle just now, I could clearly feel that he still had more power. It seemed that he was drawing it out but not releasing it. Now that Fei Yang has said it, I seem to understand. He doesn't dare to borrow that even stronger power." Gu Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she said, "Yes. After all, Wu was an existence that could even devour him. If it was so easy to control the Desolate energy, there would not have been a need to open the seal of Five Cloud Mountain and work together with Yi to deal with Shang. Once he borrows too much power and allows nothingness to start devouring, he will be the first one to seek death." "This is indeed a delightful speculation," Yun Xiao said. "But whether it's true or not has yet to be proven. However, now that two Void Extreme Divine Realm experts have appeared in the demon race, it's beneficial to us." The entire monster race was extremely nervous as they watched the two leaders stand in the sky. They could not help but break out in cold sweat. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Everyone understood this principle. If Shang was still around, the three of them would be able to restrain each other and form a united force against the external forces. Now that it had become a situation where two tigers were fighting each other, the entire demon race would not be at peace before the throne of the demon emperor was finally claimed. "Congratulations, Mr. Nye," Huang said coldly while staring at Yuan. "There's one more person at the top of the sky." Mo chuckled and said, "Thank you, Lord Huang. The scenery in the sky of the Void God realm is really good." His presence stayed at the Void God realm for a moment and then fell back to the peak. He couldn't maintain it for long. Huang's expression changed drastically. The way the other party addressed him had changed from "Your Majesty" to "Lord Huang." It was clearly a change in their stance. Although the sky above the peak is beautiful, it can't accommodate so many people. "I'm already feeling a little crowded." "Ha ha ha." Mo Kuang laughed a few times, and his eyes flickered with coldness. "Can't be helped if there are too many people. This is not up to Lord Huang's wishes." "It's possible to change a little bit," Huang said coldly. "For example, you can artificially reduce one or two numbers." The referee held the bone scale double-edged sword in his hands, and the chain spun in the air, making a clattering sound. "Then, I wonder who Lord Huang wants to cut off?" Desolate's face was ashen. Anger and frustration surged in his heart. If he attacked Yuan at this moment, the entire monster clan would be finished. However, if he didn't get rid of him now, there would be endless trouble in the future. However, there was still another problem. With his current strength, if he wanted to leave, could he get rid of him? Unless he extracted the power of nothingness excessively, but if he did that, the consequences would be dire. The thought of Wu's terrifying devouring power. If he was not careful, he might even be killed. Huang's face was filled with conflict. He was extremely regretful that he hadn't killed him for the Buddhist demon sacred art. Ai Shang was afraid that the two of them would have a conflict, so he said, "Your Majesty, you can't." Huang looked at Ai with a pleading and worried expression. He snorted and clenched his fists. "Get lost." Mo Yun laughed and didn't take it seriously. She said loudly, "Little ones, follow me." There was a commotion in the demon army. Hundreds of people flew up directly and arrived behind Yi. They were all his subordinates who had followed him out of the Five Cloud Mountain. The referee's face twitched. He was also very distressed. Only 400 or 500 people were left from the 3,000-strong army. 9/10 of the army had been killed or injured. This outcome made him feel dizzy, as if it was not real. He looked at the battleship in the distance with a gloomy face and said, "Gu Qingqing, let's go." Although the humans had guessed Gu Qingqing's identity, it still caused an uproar when Mo said it himself. Yunxiao frowned and stopped her, saying, "Don't. We'll find a way to deal with the restriction on your body." Gu Qingqing pushed Yunxiao's arm away with a smile and said, "He's not the only one in the world who can break this restriction, but it's more difficult to ask the others to help than him. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The realm of heavenly martial arts is very dangerous. My little lover, don't run around. Wait for me to come back and find you." Hee hee. Gu Qingqing laughed heartily, and without any reservation, her figure flashed and she was about to fly away. Suddenly, Yunxiao thought of something. He reached out his hand and suppressed her light, then said, "I forgot something. Can you give me the 5-cloud mountain?" Gu Qingqing was surprised. She stretched out her hand, and the 5-cloud mountain appeared in her palm, emitting a red light. "You want this?" Yunxiao's eyes shone with a hot light as he nodded heavily. "Hee hee. It's not that I can't give it to you, but I don't like to do things without any benefits." Gu Qingqing tilted her head and laughed. "Humph, you talk too much. Just tell me what you want. This young master will agree to everything." Yunxiao snorted in dissatisfaction and reached out to grab it. Gu Qingqing did not dodge, and the 5-cloud mountain was caught in his hand and put away in a flash. Since he had promised her one thing, and Yunxiang's body was still under her control, he would have to do it even if she forced him to do 10 or 100 things. Ha ha ha. Gu Qingqing laughed and disappeared from the battleship in a flash. She appeared directly next to the judge and laughed. "Congratulations to little Tsang for stepping into the void extreme divine realm." "Humph." Mo snorted. "Cut the crap. Let's go." The group of demons flew into the distance under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The judge's eyes were cold and full of mockery. He only heaved a sigh of relief after flying for thousands of feet. Although he had broken through to the void divine realm, the poison in his body became out of control within a few breaths of the breakthrough, wantonly destroying his body. On the contrary, he could only suppress the poison after falling back to the peak of perfection. If Desolate had really made a move just now, it would have been a huge problem. Fortunately, Desolate had many concerns. Seeing Yuan retreat with hundreds of monster warriors, Desolate's face was grimaced. Today's battle had cost them a lot of lives. Almost all of them were elite warriors. The future situation would be unpredictable. Ai's eyes were also filled with pain as it stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, let's go." Desolate knew it was useless to stay here, so he shouted, "Let's go! You want to leave now? In your dreams." Wuxia shouted, "Surround them." At this moment, Azura Ghost only had 9 people left. He rushed forward to surround the demon army, but the number of 9 people was laughable. "Lord Gongyang." Wuxia turned around. Gongyang Jingqi was the most powerful force at the moment. The golden-armored warriors and members of the Earth Alliance, especially the high-end combat forces, occupied more than half of the available combat forces. Ao Changkong, Zhu Tianhan, and Gongyang Jingqi himself. Gongyang Zhengqi pondered for a while and looked at the crowd. "What do you all think?" Wuxia flew into a rage. He couldn't even command Gongyang Zhengqi anymore. It was as if Gongyang Zhengqi didn't even put him in his eyes. "The demon race is on the verge of collapse," he said angrily. "Are you still disloyal?" Gongyang Zhang asked curiously. "A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The few of us left might not be able to hold off the 1,000 elites of the demon race. There's also the demon Emperor Huang. Even Lord Changkong is no match for him. Who can stand up to him in the world? Is Lord Wuxia certain that we'll be able to take them down?" "Nonsense." Wuxia laughed coldly. "Ao Changkong, Chu Hongyan, Li Huaqi, and Lord Gongyang are all here. Almost half of our clan's top warriors are here. Are you joking with me if you still can't keep Huang here? Of course I'll do my best. But are the other lords willing to do so?" Gongyang Zheng asked. Ahem. Ao Changkong clenched his right hand into a fist and coughed a few times. He stretched out his hand and saw that he had coughed out blood. He said, In the battle just now, I've already been seriously injured. It's really not suitable for me to fight anymore. We've never stopped either, Li Huaqi said. We're already exhausted. I'm really sorry, but we can't keep you company. Chu Hongyan was the only one left. Her face was calm and she did not express her opinion. After all, the Divine Cloud Palace was the head of the 7 major sects and the first sect in the world. As the palace master of the Divine Cloud Palace, she had great responsibilities, unlike Ao Changkong and Li Huaqi, who were free and could not let go of many things. Good, good. You're all very good. Wei Wuxiang's body trembled with anger, his hair and beard flying in the wind, but he could do nothing but sulk. Wei Qing's face was also gloomy, and he didn't say a word. Your Excellency is also very good, Li Huaqi said with a smile. Desolate's cold voice came with a hint of mockery. It seems that the human race is not united. Ha ha ha, since you don't dare to fight, I won't keep you company. With a wave of his hand, he left with more than 1,000 demon elites with a heavy heart. This battle was unprecedented in the history of the demon race for tens of thousands of years. It made the demon race, which was already in a remote corner, even weaker and more unstable. Shang and Li were already unconscious from their injuries and were taken away as prisoners. This matter has been settled. Xianxia, let's go. Li Huaqi put away the zither and suddenly felt relaxed, as if there was nothing in the world that he could care about. From now on, they would fly together at the ends of the earth. Xianxia looked at Gongyang Zhengqi and nodded. Earthly Venerable, Thousand Leaves Island will withdraw from the Earth Alliance, and I will pass my position to Qingxi. Gongyang Zhengqi had a reluctant expression as he waved goodbye. Since Palace Master has already made your choice, I won't keep you. Xianxia smiled, took Li Huaqi's arm, and left together. Oh right, Yun Shao suddenly called out. Busker, thank you for what you did in Yanwu last time. Li Huaqi didn't even turn his head. He waved his hand and said, I owe you a favor from back then, so I'm just returning it to you. We'll meet again when we meet again. The crowd watched the two of them disappear into the sky. They were envious, but there were also some who were disdainful. After all, everyone's pursuits were different. Among the current survivors, almost all of them were famous existences on the continent. Many of them were wholeheartedly pursuing the pinnacle of martial Tao and simply disdained the relationship between men and women. Gu Feiyang had done the same in the past. He could not help but sigh and steal a glance at the person beside him. Chu Hongyan immediately sensed it and revealed a resentful expression. Xianhua suddenly laughed out loud and said, Haha, there'll be one less competitor on the billboard in the future. After Li Huaqi leaves, he'll be immersed in love, and his cultivation won't increase anymore. He'll just wait for me to surpass him. You're wrong, Yun Shao said. These two are an immortal couple. You play the zither, and I use the sword, shining on each other. When we meet again in the future, I'm afraid you'll be even more inferior. What? Xianhua frowned when he heard that and said, Hearing you say that, I have to hurry and pick up a girl too? Don't you have one? Yun Shao raised his eyebrows. Xianhua's face pulled down, full of black lines, and said, You can't be talking about Ing Luo? It's good that you understand, Yun Shao said with a smile. You don't have to say it out loud. Xianhua clutched his head and shouted, Just kill me! Other than her bigger breasts, longer legs, and slimmer waist, what else is worth hitting on? Chu Hongyan laughed and said, You're still not satisfied with a woman with so many good qualities. Xianhua stared at Chu Hongyan, drooling, and said, If she had 1/10 of the beauty of the palace master, I would be satisfied and would have chased her crazily. Chu Hongyan blushed and said, You're so talkative. Xianhua shouted, I'm telling the truth. Look at her, she's already so old, and she's still a leftover woman. Now, it can be said that the leftover is the king. It can be seen how big the problem is. Gongyang Zhengqi and the others frowned as they listened. They seemed to be uninterested in this kind of thing and said, This battle has come to an end for now, but I'm afraid that the situation on the continent will not be optimistic after this battle. No matter if it's Desolate or Yuan, They're both extremely powerful forces. I don't know how much impact they'll have on our clan. Do you have any good ideas? Everyone was silent. Kangwu Qiong, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "We can't let them wander around the continent. Otherwise, it'll be too dangerous. We have to gather our forces to kill them or negotiate directly. We have to give them a piece of land to stay." Land? Everyone disagreed and shook their heads. Although the realm of heavenly martial arts was huge, territory was the foundation of a foothold. Although it would not affect anything if it was casually divided, it would be too embarrassing. Kangwu Qiong replied, "Actually, we don't lose anything by dividing the land. If you don't agree, we can only encircle and annihilate them. As long as we plan carefully and gather more experts, we have a high chance of defeating them." Although the human race had suffered heavy losses in this battle, there were still many hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the continent. There were still too many experts who had not participated in the battle. If they were given enough time to organize and mobilize, the demon race would not be able to stop them. "It's extremely difficult," Gongyang Zhengxi said worriedly. "Tisk. It's not just extremely difficult, it's impossible. With the sanctuary's current strength, who else can they mobilize?" Wei Qing sneered. Those nobodies were completely useless. The 10 great martial sovereigns and 7 great sect masters who were useful, who else would listen to the Holy Region's orders? And how much power did the sanctuary realm itself have left? He Yuhu and Si Tingyu are dead, and more than half of the department heads are either dead or injured. I'm afraid it'll take at least a few decades of rest for them to recover. "I don't think it's a problem at all," Yunxiao said. "The killing weapons made by you two are so powerful. As long as you can make thousands of them, not to mention demon emperors, even the 4 seas will be leveled." Wei Qing and Gongyang Zhengxi almost coughed up blood from choking, and they glared at him. The killing weapon was a secret weapon made by the two of them, and it was not glorious in the first place. Some people would say that Yunxiao's words were obviously sarcastic. "If I could get thousands of them, would I still be here talking nonsense with you?" Wei Qing sneered. In this battle, his ghost Azura had suffered heavy losses. He was already pained to death, and now his face was covered in frost. The discussion quieted down after a while. No one could make a decision. After all, it was a major event that concerned the human race, and even the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. They had to be cautious. Tian Xingzi stood up and said, "Everyone, take your time to think. I'll be taking my leave first. The Myriad Stars Valley has suffered heavy losses in this battle, and I must return to the sect to reorganize. I'm afraid that for a long time, the Myriad Stars Valley will not be able to contribute much to the human race. I hope that all of you can forgive me." The experts who rushed over from the entire Myriad Stars Valley were only left with him and another elder who was seriously injured. That elder's injuries were extremely serious, and he was afraid that half of his lifetime's cultivation would be destroyed in a day. Although Tian Xingzi was extremely depressed, the complete annihilation of the Soul Devourer sect made his blood boil. The two sects had been fighting for so long, and finally a historical opportunity had appeared. He planned to reorganize the experts when he returned and uproot the Soul Devourer sect with the strength of his entire clan. Then, he would recruit experts from all over the world, recuperate and dominate the western region. "Take care, my lord," Yunxiao said in a hurry. "I'll remember your help last time." It was only then that Tian Xingzi smiled. Last time, he had almost died in exchange for Yunxiao's favor, and it was not in vain. He waved his hand and said, "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. We'll talk about it another day." He didn't wait for the others to bid farewell. He supported the elder and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. "Humph!" Shintu Yixiao snorted and said, "Is this a disguised way of telling us that the Myriad Stars Valley is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Holy Region? When have the 7 major sects ever been under our jurisdiction?" Kangwu Qiong asked indifferently. Tian Xingzi only told us that it's not easy to give him face. The people of the sanctuary were all dejected. They felt a strong sense of defeat, as if they had been abandoned by the whole world. Gongyang Zhang said curiously. The East region's Red Moon City has fallen. The West region's Myriad Stars Valley is not under any dispatch. Huang Fu Bai has also died unexpectedly. The 7 great sects are only left with the 4 sects of the North region. The Long family of the Sky Ridge has gone out of control as well, Kanggu Qiong said. The new family head is Feini. She seems to be young Master Yunxiao's confidant. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on Yunxiao, making him feel like he was being steamed. In particular, when Chu Hongyan looked over, 2 lines of cold sweat ran down her face, and her eyes flickered. A trace of coldness flashed in Chu Hongyan's eyes, but she quickly recovered and said indifferently, Feiyong, what's wrong? Is it because the weather is too hot? You're sweating so much that your shirt is completely wet in the blink of an eye. Yunxiao raised his sleeve and tried to wipe the sweat off his forehead, only to find that his sleeve was wet as well. Ah, yes, the weather is so hot. What's going on? Xianxia said, did I? Why do we all feel cold? I'm so cold. Palace Mistress Redface, why has the temperature around you dropped to the freezing point? Aya, it's so cold. It's so cold. Yeah, it's so cold. The people around them hugged their bodies and spread out to avoid being affected. Yunxiao felt as if he had been thrown into boiling water or roasted under the sun. He was wet and extremely uncomfortable. Lord Kanggu Qiong, Xianxia said, the enmity between you and Li Yunxiao has been formed. It's a fight to the death. Kanggu Qiong coughed and said, it's my fault. I don't know anything. I shouldn't have said anything. Well, in fact, this has nothing to do with Li Yunxiao, Xianxia said. I remember that Feini almost died for Li Yunxiao outside Red Moon City. It was a touching scene. If she hadn't given up her life, I'm afraid Li Yunxiao would have turned into a skeleton long ago. Chu Hongyan's expression changed slightly. The cold atmosphere seemed to ease up and the temperature became warmer. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief. He was wet and sticky, but it was not a problem for him. With a slight circulation of his origin energy, he evaporated the water vapor and dried it in an instant. If that's the case, Amaterasu continued, the Long family and Shenxiao Palace, one of the 4 great sects of the north, are all very close to Lord Pujuan. That's good. That's good, Yunxiao said in embarrassment. But what does this have to do with you, my lords? Don't keep using me as an excuse, all right? The world is in chaos, Tian Zhaozi said. I hope Sir Pajun can help. Hee, Yunxiao chuckled. Tian Zhaozi frowned. The 2 words hee were extremely hurtful, but he sighed in his heart. With a faction war in the Holy Region and a great loss of vitality, it was indeed difficult to convince others. Lord Amaterasu, you'd better reorganize the Holy Region first, Yunxiao said. Don't command others to do this and that all day long. First, look at what you've done. The people of the world regard you as their leader. If it's worth this young master's effort, this young master will naturally do it. You're right, Sir Pajun, said Tian Zhaozi. It seems like I'll have to call perfected Lord Mengling out. The 3 of us will have to reorganize the Holy Region. Gongyang Zhengqi's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. I'll go to Beiming Dark Palace and Blade Sect myself, Wei Wuya said. I believe they can still distinguish the greater good. Tian Zhaozi, Gongyang Zhengqi, and the others' faces turned grave. With Wei Wuya's void extreme immortal state power, he was probably going to forcefully subdue the 2 great sections. Then, the power in the hands of the Wei father and son was too great, and they would not be able to get rid of it. We're short of people now. It's time for us to reopen the Heaven and Earth power chart and select the latest generation of titled martial sovereigns to deal with the current crisis, Gongyang Zhang said curiously. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Wei father and son. The danger Gongyang Zhengqi spoke of was probably not only limited to the demon race. He was also afraid that they would make a big deal out of it, so he had thrown out a move to target them. If another 10 titled martial sovereigns appeared, it would naturally be a good thing for the entire human race. However, to the Holy Region there would be many variables. However, Wei Qing did not object and only said, "This is a good time. I just don't know which experts will participate this time. Haha, I'm not interested in it anyway. I'm old, Xianxia said lazily. I'm already indifferent to this kind of thing that fights for fame and profit. It's better to leave it for those young people to play with. Yunxiao crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, Aya, I'm too young and not strong enough. I hope I don't get beaten to death on stage. It's too scary. I think I'd better not go. Oh Chongkong, on the other hand, clenched his right fist and coughed. He slowly closed his eyes and began to regulate his origin power. Tenchia's face darkened, and he said, Ahem. It's good to leave the opportunity to the newcomers. I hope they can unearth surprising power. Tian Zhaozi looked at the ruins and sighed. I'm afraid that this place will be barren for the next few decades. We'll return to the holy region first. Those who sacrifice themselves will erect a memorial tablet and offer it to the heavens and earth. Everyone's expression was solemn as they mourned for the sacrificed martial artists. Lord Amaterasu, Yunxiao suddenly asked, Where's Yuan Gaohan? Tian Zhaozi cupped his hands and said, I have to thank Lord Pajun for this. Thank you for taking care of Gaohan all this time. Before I came out, he was on the verge of a breakthrough, so I had him go into seclusion. A breakthrough? Everyone was shocked. Yuan Gaohan was already a peak 9th-tier alchemist. What would it be like if he made another breakthrough? Sir Pajun, did you see that AI earlier? The light of the sorcerer god? Yunxiao was shocked. What? I don't know what realm I'll be in after I break through, but I'll be able to possess the spell god's light. Tenzhozi nodded. That's great. Yunxiao said happily. At least in the next few hundred years, there will be an alchemist in our clan who can compete with AI Hui. The experts of the Sea of Soul Formation frowned. It would be a bit ironic if the best alchemist in the world was not in the Sea of Soul Formation. We'll meet again, everyone, Tenzhozi said with cupped fists. He turned around and turned into a ray of light to leave. The rest of the saints followed behind him. The father and son of Wei clan pondered for a moment, then waved their hands and summoned Azura Gui. They took Meng Bai and flew away. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he watched Meng Bai's figure disappear, but he did not say anything. Lord Chongkong, what are your plans? Gongyang Zhang asked curiously. I'll return to the ocean with the others first, and we'll discuss the future further, Ao Chongkong said. Gongyang Jingqi nodded. That's good. Thank you for your help. Ao Chongkong and the others waved their hands to bid farewell and also disappeared into the air one by one. Gongyang Jingqi didn't stay any longer and also left. As soon as the people from the Holy Region and the Earth Alliance left, the entire sky became empty. Only the few people from the Sea of Soul Formation and a few surviving warriors were left. They all sighed. This place used to be the Thousand Mountains Prefecture's territory, but now not only was it razed to the ground, but even the victors of 100 battles had fallen in this battle, and the entire Thousand Mountains Prefecture had been completely annihilated. Yunxiao summoned everyone out of the Divine Realm tablet and asked Jun Ruyun, What are your plans? Jun Ruyun's face was full of worry as he looked at the land that had been changed beyond recognition. He found it somewhat difficult to accept. Young Emperor Haolian pushed him and said, What other plans can I have? I'll naturally follow Master. Yunxiao could see his embarrassed look, so he chuckled and said, Don't worry about me. Just do what you really think. Jun Ruyun mustered up his courage and said, The ancient Wu Empire is my home. Now that the Thousand Mountain Prefecture has undergone a great change, I'm afraid it will directly affect the situation in the Empire. I want to return to the Empire first. I'll follow Master after the storm has calmed down. Yunxiao nodded. Of course. But, can you calm the storm by yourself? Why don't you let the young Emperor help you? Jun Ruyun smiled. I'm strong enough. If the young Emperor comes, he'll only be a burden. He'll directly drag me down. Damn it! Furious, young Emperor Haolian raised his fist and was about to punch, but Yunxiao stopped him. Yunxiao took out a jade slip and handed it to Jun Ruyun, saying, You are the one with the highest comprehension ability among all my disciples. Inside is my comprehension of the Tao of the sword in recent years. but don't be too hasty to avoid the opposite effect. Jun Ruyun was overjoyed. He immediately knelt down and raised his hands above his head. He carefully took the jade slip and kowtowed 3 times. Don't worry about it, Yunxiao said with a smile. You can go. Yes, thank you, master. Jun Ruyun took a few steps back respectfully, turned around, and turned into a stream of light, heading back to the ancient martial kingdom. Humph! He's too arrogant and doesn't know his place, young Emperor Haolian said angrily. I'm afraid he'll die in the ancient martial empire this time. He deserves it. Mo Xiaochuan's face darkened. He frowned and said, Your words are too vicious. Humph! Young Emperor Haolian snorted angrily and didn't say anything else. At this moment, the few Sea of Soul Formation elders exchanged glances with each other, and finally, their gazes all landed on Xianxia. Xianxia understood their meaning and went forward. Yunxiao, are you willing to return to the Sea of Soul Formation with me? When he saw Yunxiao's puzzled face, he said, Do you still remember the half-year agreement between Yu Shengfeng and the Sea of Soul Formation outside of the Red Moon City? Yunxiao's heart stirred as he counted on his fingers. The half-year agreement was indeed imminent, and he had an agreement with Nie Shengfeng. They had agreed that he would give the Rainbow Stone to him after he rescued Yunxiang. However, although Yunxiang had appeared, she had not escaped, so she could not be considered to have broken her promise. The Rainbow Stone in his body had already fused with his heart, so it was impossible to take it out. He could only wait for Gu Qingqing to return Luo Yunxiang's body, and then take out the Rainbow Stone for Nie Shengfeng. He and Yu Shengfeng didn't only have the Rainbow Stone agreement, but also the place where the Devil Lord Pu was sealed. He had promised him that if he went to the sealed place, he would definitely bring him along. However, that seal was too important, and he was afraid that he would never go there again in this life. But if he went to the Sea of Soul Formation and met with Yu Shengfeng, would he let him go? After all, it was very likely that there were still 10 rules left in the sealed land, and it was where the opportunity to truly step into the godly state lay. You're still an honorary elder of the Sea of Soul Formation after all, Xianxia said when she saw him hesitating. And have you forgotten about Yang Di? Yunxiao's heart trembled as he thought of his disciple. All right, I'll go with you to the Sea of Soul Formation. Xianxia was overjoyed, and the few elders of the Sea of Soul Formation realm also revealed rare smiles. All of a sudden, a cloud appeared in the sky, and a large number of figures slowly descended from the void, accompanied by a sky full of flowers. They were all women. Greetings, Palace Master. There were more than 100 women who flew to Chu Hongyan and bowed. They were the reinforcements from Shinshao Palace. The world had been sealed previously, and the passage could not be opened. They had only arrived at this moment. Behind all the women, only one man stood calmly. It was a black-robed old man. Yunxiao was slightly surprised that the old man would rather. When he looked carefully, Ning Qiun was also among the many disciples, as well as the elders who had been defeated when he went to Shenshao Palace not long ago. The few elders had also discovered his presence, and their expressions were not too good. Yunxiao smiled. He would not pay any attention to these people. Chu Hongyan said, I didn't expect Lord Huashang to come out of seclusion. I'd rather come as the city lord. Both of you have worked hard. Everyone has worked hard too. There's no need to be so polite. Palace Master, you're being too serious, Ning Kuei said. The leading lady was wearing a purple dress with 100 silver butterflies embroidered on it. She had a natural charm and said, I heard that the demons are invading Five Cloud Mountain. I came here on orders, but I didn't expect to be too late. I wonder what the outcome was. Chu Hongyan said, It's a long story. I'm afraid the whole world will know about this soon. Please tell Marshal Granduncle Jihan that I have to leave for a while and can't go back in time. I'll leave the matters of Shinshao Palace to Huashang and the elders to bear. Huashang was quite surprised. She gave Yunxiao a look and seemed to understand what was going on. Shinshao Palace is about to leave the mountain. It's not good that the Palace Master is not in the mountain, is it? In addition, there are so many things happening in the world now. If there is no Palace Master to hold the fort, it would be unreasonable. Chu Hong's face turned pale. Obviously, she did not want to leave Yunxiao, and she did not even want to be the palace master. Did you find Junting? Many people frowned and looked at Yunxiao. Chu Hongyan noticed something strange and said, "What's wrong?" Yunxiao touched his chin, not knowing how to start. So he said, "Han Junting was in my divine realm tablet. It's hard to explain the whole story. She wanted to kill me, so I caught her. But the details are a little complicated." Chu Hongyan's face darkened and she said, "Junting is really reckless. Elders, did you not know what Junting had done? Or did you deliberately keep it from me?" Luo Chunru and the others' expressions changed drastically, and cold sweat began to form on their faces. They hurriedly said, "We didn't know." Chu Hongyan asked, "What about Grandma Sunflower and the string girl? Bengong told you to stay by Jun Ting's side. Don't tell me you don't know." Grandma Sunflower and the Flux girls' faces turned ashen as they hurriedly kowtowed in the air, not daring to speak. Chu Hongyan waved her hand, and a force held the two of them back. She said, "You don't need to take the blame now. I'll investigate this matter thoroughly and punish you according to your crimes." The two of them shuddered and did not dare to kowtow again. "Feiyang," Chu Hongyan said, "Han Junting is both my disciple and a disciple of Xianxia Palace. I hope you can return her to me. I will give you an explanation." "There's no need for an explanation between you and me," Yunxiao said with a smile. "However, I can tell that Han Junting is intelligent and cunning, so you must keep a close eye on her." A ray of light shot out from his forehead and Han Junting appeared. As soon as she saw Chu Hongyan, she cried out "Master" in surprise and hurried forward. When she saw Yunxiao, many elders, and disciples present, she immediately understood something, and her face turned pale. "Do you still see me as your master?" Chu Hongyan said coldly. Han Junting bit her red lips and knelt down immediately. Her eyes were filled with hatred. "I just want to avenge my master. Who is Gu Feiyang? Why is he worthy of my master's love?" "Shut up. It's none of your business," Chu Hongyan said angrily. Han Junting did not dare to make a sound. She lowered her head and dug her nails into her flesh. She felt as if her heart was being cut by thousands of knives. "Go back to the cliff of reflection," Chu Hongyan said coldly. "You're not allowed to leave without my order." "Yes." Han Junting's face was dark as she replied. Chu Hongyan could see that she was unruly. She sighed in her heart and said, "Lord Huashang, you will be in charge of Jun Ting's matter. You must not tolerate her." "That's not a problem," Huayao said. "But is the palace master really not going to return to the mountain?" "I can't answer to Martial Granduncle Jihan." Chu Hongyan took out the sect leader's token and handed it over. "You can use this as an explanation." Huashang took the token. Although she frowned, she didn't say anything. Chu Hongyan looked at the father and daughter, Ning Kuei and Ning Qiyun, and then at Yunxiao. She wanted to say something, but she did not know how to start. Palace Master Hongyan looked at me as if she wanted to say something, but she stopped herself. "Have you seen my daughter?" Ning Kuei asked. "Yes." Chu Hongyan nodded and said, "Ning Qiue's body has been taken over by the ultimate." She then explained in detail what Ning Qiue had said when she regained her consciousness during the battle with the ultimate. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Yunxiao's face was even gloomier, and his eyes were rippling. If Morongzhu hadn't died for him, Ning Qiue wouldn't be in such a state. If Zhang Churen hadn't died for him, Red Moon City wouldn't have fallen to this day. And all of this originated from the Eastern region's celestial realm, from the Moon Pupil clan. Ning Qiyun couldn't help but cry. "In that case, my sister won't be able to return." Ning Kuei's forehead was also wrinkled, and the wrinkles on his face suddenly increased. He seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Chu Hongyan said, "There is no absolute in everything. We can only take one step at a time. As long as Feiyang is not captured by them, the ultimate will not be able to recover its full power. It should not be able to control Ning Qiue completely." Although these words were just wishful thinking, they also gave the father and daughter a lot of comfort. "Kill Tianxi. Kill the ruins of End." Ning Kuei said coldly. Yunxiao frowned. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill them. Perhaps we'll have to ask for the help of that lord. But he's a coward. Could it be the Emperor of the Sea, Poron? Chu Hongyan asked in surprise. Yunxiao nodded and said, only the eye of truth inherited in the Bo family's bloodline can see the truth of all laws. Only then can we break the illusion of the ultimate or the swan and eye. Or maybe I can cultivate wondrous spiritual eyes to the extreme. But the 5th level of wondrous spiritual eyes is still a long way to go. I don't know when I can cross the boundary. Palong's status is extremely noble, so he won't help us easily, Chu Hongyan said. Xianxia cried out and said, ah, I remember. The beloved daughter of the Sea Emperor, the princess of the 4 seas, seems to be deeply in love with Yunxiao. If I'm not wrong, she has also appeared in the previous battle. Yunxiao trembled as he immediately felt Chu Hongyan's strange gaze. Cold sweat trickled down his face as he said, Don't listen to his nonsense. Chu Hongyan nodded and said slowly, how many other female confidants do you have? Tell me. Yunxiao touched the cold sweat on his forehead, not knowing what to say. Chu Hongyan said, I remember it too. There was a very cute little sister who was taken into the Divine Realm tablet by you. She should be the princess of the 4 seas, right? Yunxiao wiped his sweat and said in embarrassment, Ingluo, is there? How come I don't remember, Ingluo? Chu Hongyan did not pull a long face like before. She said indifferently, since you've managed to get your hands on the princesses of the 4 seas, it shouldn't be a problem to ask Poseidon to help you. We need to plan this out carefully and secure victory in a single strike. Otherwise, if we let the Guishu ruins and Xianxia escape, it'll be difficult to encircle them again. Ning Kuei cupped his fists. I will listen to the palace master and young master Yunxiao's advice on how to do this. I would rather go through water and tread on fire than hesitate. You're welcome, my lord, Yunxiao quickly replied. Xianxia said, encircling and annihilating the ruins of End and Xianxia is a matter for the entire world. We can't let you guys fight alone. We should let the Sanctum do their best for this matter. My Sea of Soul formation will definitely not stand by and watch. The Sacred Zone is in a terrible state right now, Yunxiao said. We'll see what happens after Tenzatzi is reorganized. We can't place our hopes on them. We have to rely on ourselves. That's right, Chu Hongyan also said. With the strength of the few of us and the Sea Emperor's palace, it should be enough. Yunxiao frowned slightly. The Ocean Emperor's palace was an extremely powerful existence in the eyes of the world, but Yunxiao knew that Poseidon was no longer as brave as he used to be, and it was hard to say whether he could resist the ultimate. As long as Yunxiao is still an elder of the Sea of Soul formation, this matter is also a matter of the Sea of Soul formation, Xianxia said. The Sea of Soul formation will definitely not sit by and do nothing. The other elders nodded as well. Their meaning was clear. As long as Yunxiao was still an elder of the Sea of Soul formation, he could use the resources of the Sea of Soul formation and get the greatest support. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Yunxiao understood that as well. He smiled and said, in that case, let's not delay any further and head to the Sea of Soul formation first. We're all seriously injured, and I'm afraid that we won't be able to recover without a few months of light. Xianxia laughed and said, with the resources of the Sea of Soul formation, these injuries are nothing. My friends, you have been brave and tenacious in this battle. You have done your best and made great contributions to our clan. The Sea of Soul formation will not be stingy. If you need any help in the future, you can come to the Sea of Soul formation at any time. With a wave of his hand, he shot out more than 10 beams of light toward the crowd. Those martial artists were all overjoyed. They hurriedly grabbed it in their hands. It was an arrow with a mark on it. To them, being able to find the Sea of Soul formation to do something was a great way to make up for the losses of this battle. Many small sects had been completely annihilated in this meat grinder, and they were considered extremely lucky. Many thanks, Lord Xianxia. The dozen or so people all hurriedly expressed their thanks. Xianxia smiled and said, it's what I should do. Yunxiao. He turned to Yunxiao and said, we should get going, right? All right, Yunxiao said. He put Mo Xiaochuan and the others back into the Divine Realm tablet. The elders of the Sea of Soul Formation were envious, but they did not dare to go in and experience it. One of the elders took out a battleship, and everyone entered it one after another. Then, they turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. "Let's go too," Hua Yan said. Luo Chunru's face was gloomy and uncertain. She said, "Palace Master has left with Gu Feiyang. I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to First Supreme Elder." Hua Shang said indifferently, "The sect leader's token is with me. This is an explanation. There's no need for you all to say anything. I have my own plans for this." Luo Chunru's face was filled with displeasure. She snorted and said, "Should we just open the passage and go back?" "We're too far away," Huajuai said. "It'll take too many resources to tear a passage, and it'll be difficult to locate it accurately. We'd better find a sect nearby with a teleportation formation and take it one step at a time." "Stay by my side and don't leave," she said to Han Junting. Han Junting was extremely displeased, but with Hua Shang's finger on her body, all her cultivation was sealed. She could only look on with anger. Hua Shang ignored her anger and left the sky with the people of Xianxia Palace. Only the rest of the seriously injured martial artists were left. They supported each other and left. A moment later, a large number of runes appeared in the sky. They formed a circle and spun continuously. Gradually, they condensed into a round, profound-level weapon. On it, there were engravings of the four directions of heaven and earth and boundless light. A figure appeared on top of it. He swept his gaze around and held his chin with one hand as he fell into deep thought. Soon after, the runes flew into the round, profound-level weapon and disappeared with the figure. Somewhere tens of thousands of miles away, 7 to 8 warships appeared in the sky. They were not of high grade, and the one at the front was only a 6th-grade Blueluan warship. The battleship was filled with injured demon race members, all of them sitting cross-legged to recover without exception. Inside the Blueluan warship, Gu Qingqing kept talking, which made Mo frown. Finally, he couldn't help but shout, "Shut up! Are you done?" Gu Qingqing mumbled, "Great! You're actually scolding me. Do you still want the Buddhist demon sacred art? If it wasn't for the Buddhist demon sacred art, I would have torn your mouth apart long ago." Mo Nu said, "Bitch, you're a bitch. Can't you be quiet?" Gu Qingqing was furious. She was about to jump off the battleship and said angrily, "If you call me a bitch, don't even think about getting the Buddhist demon sacred art in this lifetime." Mo Kuang felt dizzy. A killing intent welled up in his heart. The poison in his body grew stronger and stronger along with the killing intent, causing his face to almost turn green. Suddenly, Gu Qingqing calmed down. She stood on the battleship and looked up at the sky in the distance, showing a surprised expression. Richard also noticed the abnormality and followed her gaze. Countless runes flew out in the sky and circled in the air. "Stop!" The judge immediately ordered the battleship to stop when he found something strange. He vigilantly looked ahead. A round, profound, level weapon gradually appeared among the countless runes. The engravings on it were wide and horizontal, giving off a feeling of vastness. Gu Qingqing's eyes were filled with doubt, and she suddenly exclaimed, "Universe Light Plate!" He had just seen Kanggu Qiong use the cosmic light plate during the Battle of Five Cloud Mountain and immediately thought of this item. Tisk, TSK. This little girl has good taste. A figure appeared on the space light plate, and with a casual grab, the space light plate was put away. His eyes fell on Gu Qingqing, and with a look of surprise, he said, "A descending technique." Gu Qingqing was shocked. The other party actually saw her abnormality at a glance, and said in surprise, "Who are you?" The man was Wu Deshang. He chuckled and said, "I don't know who you are, and you don't need to know who I am." He twisted his waist, then looked at the referee and said, "I heard that you have 3 pieces of the remains of a true dragon on you. They are the bones, scales, and tendons. Can I take a look?" Gu Qingqing was shocked. She now realized that the dragon lock Starry Sky was actually a dragon tendon. No wonder it was so strange. Yi's expression changed drastically. Although he knew that the bone-scale blades were extraordinary, he only realized that they were the remains of a true dragon after this battle. He didn't know what the dragon-locked starry sky was either, but the other party knew that it was dragon tendon. Furthermore, the bone-scale blades had been in the Five-Cloud Mountain for thousands of years, but this person had never seen them before. Who are you? Why do we need to be so familiar when we've just met? Let this lord take a look first. Maybe I'll like it. Like your head. Get lost if you don't want to die. Mo laughed in anger. Wu Deshang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He sneered. I can see that you've been poisoned by the 7 illusion green damask. This poison moves along with the fluctuations of your yuan power. The stronger the power you use, the stronger the poison will be. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you'll be poisoned to death first. Mo was shocked. His current symptoms were exactly like this. He said in shock, You, sir, do you have a way to resolve this? His tone immediately became dispirited. I happen to have some antidotes on me, Wu Deshang said with a smile. He stretched out his hand and there was a jade box in his palm. It was crystal clear and one could directly see the item inside. There was a green toad lying inside, and it was unknown whether it was alive or dead. Gu Qingqing's pupils shrank, and she cried out, Sun Moon Crystal Toad. I don't know who you are, Wu Deshang praised. But since you can perform the descending technique, you must be a powerful figure in this world. You are indeed knowledgeable. You have the universe light plate and the Sun Moon Crystal Toad. Who are you? Gu Qingqing asked in a low voice. Ha ha ha. There are countless strange people and strange things in the world, Wu Deshang said with a smile. How can you know everything? Gu Qingqing. What is this Sun Moon Crystal Toad? He asked. Gu Qingqing was silent for a while, then said, This item has only been recorded in ancient records, and many people even suspect that it's just a legend. It's an ancient true spirit that possesses great power and can dispel all abnormalities. After it dies, it will transform into this jade-like form, called the Sun Moon Crystal Toad. Gu Qingqing saw that he was a little tempted, and was afraid that he would be fooled by the other party, so she quickly said, However, what you've been poisoned by is one of the most poisonous poisons in the world, the 7 illusion green damask. I've never heard of anything that can cure this poison. If it were an ordinary Sun Moon Crystal Toad, Wu Deshang said with a smile, I'm afraid there's no cure for it if the poison reaches the bone marrow. However, you're suppressing the poison to a certain extent, and the one in my hands is the Sun Moon Crystal Toad King. The green toad was the size of a fist, and it was very lifelike. It didn't look dead at all. Mo swallowed and couldn't help but say, Can this thing really cure the poison in my body? I guarantee that the medicine will cure the disease, Wu Deshang said with a smile. The referee fell silent. He was in a very high realm. Although he did not know how to detoxify, he could tell from the feeling in his heart that the item in Wu Deshang's hand was what he wanted. Then how can I obtain the Sun Moon Crystal Toad in your hands? Richard said, the main point of the conversation. Hee. I'll exchange it with dragon bones, scales, and tendons, Wu Deshang said with a smile. What? You want my bone-scale double-edged sword? Mo was furious and shouted. In your dreams. At most, I'll let you take a look. Wu Deshang squinted his eyes and put away the Sun Moon Crystal Toad with a flip of his hand. He touched his chin and said, See? That thing wasn't pretty, so what was there to look at? If you're only going to let me take a look, then I'll have to give you the Sun Moon Crystal Toad. Mo's body burst with killing intent. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of his subordinates flew up and surrounded Wu Deshang. What, you want to fight? Wu Deshang sneered and looked fearless. I can't give you the bone scale daggers, Mo Han said coldly. The Sun Moon Crystal Toad must also be left behind. Wu Deshang looked at him meaningfully and said, Be careful not to be too greedy and end up with nothing. Mo's heart trembled. Wu Deshang's sharp gaze seemed to penetrate his heart. He instantly felt as if his soul had been seen through. He was so shocked that he took in a deep breath, making him hesitate. The other party had appeared out of thin air, and he had many treasures on him. Clearly, his background was not simple. He was also extremely poisonous. If they really fought, it was unknown who would win. More importantly, if he lost the Sun-Moon Crystal Toad, he really didn't know how to get rid of the poison in his body. You should state your conditions. These bone scale blades have accompanied me since I was young, and it is difficult to part with them. The referee gave in. Wu Deshang said, "It's precisely because it's hard to part with one's love that it highlights the preciousness of life. If you die from the poison, the bone scale blades will be gone, and I'll come back to get them. In my opinion, if you can't detoxify it, you'll die of poison in 3 years at most. I can still wait for a mere 3 years. Nonsense, Mo angrily said. As long as you hand over the Sun-Moon Crystal Toad to me, I will owe you a favor. In the future, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. TSK. Tisk, Wu Deshang said sarcastically. You won't even give me a pair of weapons, and you say you'll go through fire and water? Don't you think that's too hypocritical? If that's the case, I'd like to see how you can take my weapon, Mo said sternly. Kill. With that one word, Mo instantly raised his strength to the peak of greater heights and slashed out with his saber. Swish! Wu Deshang's figure was cut into two. But it was only an afterimage. Wu Deshang's figure appeared a few feet to the right. He said coldly, Since you're seeking your own death, I'll be leaving. See you in 3 years. No, I mean, you won't be able to see me when I come back to see you 3 years later. After a few long laughs, the universe light plate flickered and he disappeared into the sky. Yi's face was extremely gloomy. The moment he moved his blade, the poison in his body acted up and spread to his limbs and bones, showing signs of almost losing control. If this continued, he would probably die in less than 3 years. At that time, there were many people who were poisoned, but no one was like him who had absorbed countless blood energy beads, all of which were poisoned. If it were not for his own tyrannical strength and the blood art's own purification ability, he would have fallen down long ago. Gu Qingqing looked at him and said, If that thing is really the Sun-Moon Crystal Toad, it might be the only thing in the world that can save you. It's said that there are a few other sacred objects that can cure poison, and the difficulty of finding them won't be any lower than this Sun-Moon Crystal Toad. The referee gritted his teeth and immediately shouted, Come out, friend. Come out. I'm changing. Although the bone and scale blades were important, they were not more important than his life. Haha, a wise man submits to fate. Perhaps you'll have the chance to take this blade back from me in the future. Haha. Wu Deshang suddenly appeared in the distance, his eyes full of ridicule. Obviously, he didn't think that the other party would have such an opportunity. Bring me the Sun-Moon Crystal Toad first, Emohan said. Otherwise, what if I give it to you first and you run away with the cosmic light plate? Wu Deshang laughed. Since you don't trust me, that's fine. Let this little girl be the middleman. We'll give her all the treasures. Gu Qingqing laughed and said, Hee. You think so highly of me. But you have a good eye. This lady is that reliable. Cut the crap. Mo snorted. He couldn't wait any longer, and threw the bone scale blades to Gu Qingqing. Wu Deshang took out the Sun-Moon Crystal Toad and handed it over. The transaction process was smooth, and Gu Qingqing smoothly switched places. She put the bone scale double blades in Wu Deshang's hands, and her fingers seemed to touch them, intentionally or otherwise. Wu Deshang immediately sensed it. His pupils contracted, and then he showed a half-smile and turned his palm to touch it. At the same time, he said with a perverted smile, Hee. Gu Qingqing was so scared that she quickly withdrew her hand, and he touched nothing. What? Wu Deshang chuckled. You're the only one allowed to touch me, but I'm not allowed to touch you? Gu Qingqing dodged a few 100 feet away and said, Stinky and shameless. This lady is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. How can I let you touch me as you wish? Haha, not bad, not bad. I like it. You can consider following me. Wu Deshang laughed. Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes. You know that I'm only in this body. What if my original body is an ugly old woman? She said. Wu Deshang said, If it was an ugly old woman, I would have killed you first. In addition, I only want this descending body, and I don't have much interest in your main body. Gu Qingqing's face turned red, and she cursed, "Stinky hooligan, get lost." Ha ha ha. Wu Deshang laughed and disappeared into the sky with a flash of the universe disk. Mo's eyes lit up as he grabbed the sun-moon crystal toad. "How do I use this?" "It's simple, just eat it," Gu Qingqing said. "All right. Everyone stand guard for me," Mo said. He carefully sat cross-legged and opened the jade box. The green toad was like a living creature, full of spirit. It gently inhaled and directly burrowed into his body. Yi's expression changed drastically. His originally green face turned completely green, and his entire body was the same color as the toad. Gu Qingqing took a look and knew that the antidote was starting to be removed, so she fell into deep thought. She had touched Wu Deshang's body with her hand earlier and immediately sensed that it was dead. Wu Deshang had also been possessed by an expert, but she had no idea who it was. It seemed that the realm of heavenly martial arts was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He had underestimated the heroes of the world. Then, she thought of Yunxiao's divine realm tablet and the man's words. She could not help but feel her heart burn, and her eyes shone. At this moment, Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan were on the warship, on their way to the Sea of Soul Formation. Everyone entered a secret chamber to cultivate in seclusion. The battleship locked onto the coordinates of the nearest city and automatically flew in the sky. After the battle at Five Cloud Mountain, especially when Yuan was trying to break through to the Void Divine Realm, the heaven and earth perception had loosened Yunxiao's realm. As he absorbed a large amount of spirit qi, the primordial energy in his body kept condensing and settling. It was a sign that he was about to break through to divine transcendence. Yunxiao was nervous for a moment, but then he relaxed. Sitting cross-legged in the spirit-gathering array, he let the spirit qi around him form into the shape of a dragon and pour it directly into his body to consolidate the power. The peak of 9-star was already the limit of martial arts. Under the condition that one couldn't enter the immortal state, one could only compress all the essence force in one's body in the dantian, and then step into the divine transcendence, which was equivalent to the true immortal state. This process was a walk in the park for him. It was just a repetition of the process from back then, and there was no difficulty in doing so. With the condensation and accumulation of that power, the injuries on his body were obviously better. After a long time, the spiritual qi in the secret room gradually dispersed, and nearly 100 million supreme-grade primordial stones were gone. This was an amount that many warriors could not use in their entire lives. Yunxiao had finally returned to being an extraordinary saint, not just in terms of cultivation base, but also in his unparalleled confidence, and his eyes flashed with an aura of looking down on the world. But in just an instant it was retracted and became ordinary. His heart suddenly moved as if he had sensed something. He clenched his fists so tightly that his bones cracked. His face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were as red as blood, and he saw two figures moving further and further away in the vast world. The two of them suddenly stopped, as if they had also sensed his presence. Divine transcendence? So fast? Tiansi turned around, his handsome face filled with astonishment. Ning Qiue's body trembled, and a trace of fear and confusion appeared on her face. Through the infinite space, she seemed to be looking at Yunxiao's moon-like eyes. "I'll save you," Yunxiao said in a deep voice. "I'll definitely save you." Ning Qiue covered her mouth with her hands to stop her tears from falling. "You should find a place to hide. I can't come back. TSK. Welcome to redemption." "Ha ha ha ha." Tiansi burst out laughing. "You should enjoy your time here. When Lord Guishu returns, we'll come and find you." The dagger axe flashed, and the sun ray cut off the power of the moon pupil. Yunxiao's vision went blind, and his vision turned into boundless darkness. Slowly, his eyes returned to the secret chamber. "Are you here to find me?" "Sinkhole, Tianxi. I'll be waiting for you." Yunxiao's face was livid. Although his cultivation base had returned to divine transcendence, it was still far from enough to deal with the two. As for higher realms, it would be difficult to reach them in the short term. Power! He immediately thought of the sealed demon land in the southern region, which was the place with the highest possibility of becoming a god. As soon as he thought of this, his thoughts uncontrollably spread wildly. Seal it! A clear spiritual energy flashed through his mind, and he immediately came back to his senses from that terrifying thought. He couldn't help but shiver. Back then, when the demon master descended, he almost destroyed an entire world. Mopu, who was sealed in the southern region, had at least half of the demon lord's strength. If he were to find an opportunity to escape, who in this world could match him? Even Desolate, who had merged with nothingness, or Ningqiue, who had been taken over by the sinkhole, couldn't stop Pu. He dispelled that terrifying thought and calmed down. It was already very difficult to improve his cultivation in the short term, so he could only improve his combat strength in other ways. He stretched out his hands. On his left hand was the 5-cloud mountain, and on his right hand was a human-shaped puppet. The front was engraved with Ding, and the back was engraved with Mao. It was one of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. The 12 divine beings killing formation? Xianxia's pupils constricted as he stared at the human-shaped puppet and said to himself, "Can one of the 3 ancient ominous formations really be formed from these 12 puppets?" He took out the jade slip that Mu Zhuang had given him and started to read it carefully. It was filled with some basic knowledge about puppetry, as well as Mu Zhuang's own understanding of puppetry over the years. It opened a whole new door for Yunxiao, and his vision brightened as he quickly immersed himself in it. The warship soon arrived at a small city nearby. Everyone got off the warship and turned to the main city of the western region before returning to the Sea of Soul Formation. As the symbol of the Sea of Soul Formation on the warship was too conspicuous, it alerted the higher-ups in the city, who immediately came to welcome them. But before they arrived, they had already left and teleported directly to Xianxia City, one of the main cities in the western region. The guards in charge of the city's teleportation were stunned by these people. They only felt that their auras were extraordinary, but they couldn't feel any elemental energy fluctuations at all. One of the women was as beautiful as a celestial being, causing him to instantly suffocate. It took him a while to come back to his senses, but he still felt as if he was in a dream. Was there really such a beautiful woman in this world? These guards had stayed in Xianxia City for a long time and naturally had some experience. They immediately understood that an extraordinary person had come. As they quickly sent people to inform the higher-ups, they stepped forward and carefully asked, "It has been hard on all of you to come to Xianxia City. I don't know why our lords have come to Xianxia City, and if there's anything we can do for you." His words were watertight and extremely appropriate for an experienced Taoist. "We're going to the Sea of Soul Formation," an elder said. "Help us open the passage immediately." The guard was shocked and cried out, "Soul Formation Sea? If you want to go to the Sea of Soul Formation, you must get a special approval letter. Do you have it?" The Sea of Soul Formation was very strict with the control of teleportation. Anyone who was teleported from any place had to inform the person in charge of the Sea of Soul Formation in advance and receive approval before the passage could be opened. The elder threw out a token and said, "We're from the Soul Formation Sea Spell Garden. This is a token which is more useful than that approval letter." The guard held the token in his hand and felt that it was heavier than a mountain. His head was covered in cold sweat. How could he tell whether this token was real or fake? He hurriedly said, "There has only been one lord in the city who has been to the Sea of Soul Formation in the past few years, and he has received special approval. If you all want to go, I really can't make the decision. Please wait a moment. I'll report this to the city lord." He immediately got someone to bring everyone to the VIP room to rest. However, that elder had always stayed in the technique garden and had always been high and mighty. With a single call, he would have 100 responses. He had never seen such a dilly-dally before. He immediately said angrily, "I'm going back to the Sea of Soul Formation. How can I be delayed by you? Open up a path for me immediately, or you'll have to bear the consequences." The guard put on a long face and said, "My lord, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't have the right or the ability to open the passage. The passage to the Sea of Soul Formation and the Holy Region is exclusive. I need the key of the city lord. Yun Xiao knew that he was telling the truth, so he did not want to make things difficult for him. He waved his hand and said, "Just do it according to your procedures, just be quick." The guard felt relieved and quickly ran away, letting some other people take them to the nearby VIP lounge. "This is ridiculous," the elder said angrily. "He wants to return to the Sea of Soul Formation and he wants us to wait here." Yun Xiao knew the temperament of these elders. First, they were ignorant of the world, and second, they were used to being in a high position, so few of them had a good temper. "Good things take a long time. I don't mind this bit of effort." Humph. Would these ants understand the value of this little bit of martial arts? They won't be able to match this bit of martial arts in their entire lives. The elder was still angry, and the others didn't look too good either. But when they saw Yun Xiao and Chu Hongyan's calm faces, they could not get angry, so they just sat there and got angry. "It's been a long time since I returned to the Sea of Soul Formation," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "I really miss you. I remember that Elder Zirwei had devoted himself to the study of puppetry and had quite a lot of experience. May I know where Elder Zirwei is now?" They were taken aback, not understanding why Yun Xiao had suddenly mentioned this man. In the Sea of Soul Formation Spell Garden, this person's reputation and achievements were very ordinary. He was an existence that didn't attract much attention. Xianxia asked curiously, "Do you have a good relationship with him? It's just ordinary?" "You've misunderstood," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "It's just that I've been studying the art of puppets recently, and I have a lot of things I want to discuss with him." Xianxia said, "I see, but I feel that my realm is stuck. It's hard to advance for a while, so I want to start from other aspects to find a way to increase my strength." Yun Xiao's eyes flickered with surprise as he said, "You've seen through me?" Xianxia laughed. "I've thought about this too, but I can't make up my mind to stop my cultivation. I'm still constantly fumbling about the way to reach the peak of perfection. I'm afraid I won't give up even if I die." "I'm not giving it up," Yun Xiao said. "I'm just using it to increase my strength in the short term. Constantly seeking your own breakthrough is the right path. Borrowing from others is never the right way." Chu Hongyan was a little worried. "That day, I saw that although your cultivation was only at the peak of the 9-star level, your strength was stronger than the average divine transcendence. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to make further progress. I'm afraid that it will backfire if you are distracted by other things at this time." "Extraordinary?" Yun Xiao laughed. "Divine transcendence? I'm already one." "What?" Everyone was taken aback, but Chu Hongyan's eyes lit up and she said happily, "I always felt that you seemed to be a little different, but I couldn't put my finger on what was going on. It turns out that you actually broke through." Yun Xiao's aura instantly rose to its peak, and an extraordinary power spread out, shocking everyone. The other elders were also quite surprised, and they all stood up to congratulate. Xianxia also congratulated him. "You're good, kid. You've actually returned to divine transcendence so quickly. With the potential of your body, you'll definitely stabilize the void extreme divine realm in the future." Yun Xiao returned their greetings one by one and said, "There's nothing to be happy about. This little strength is not enough. I don't know how long it will take me to reach the peak of perfection. So, I want to get something else to increase my combat strength first." Xianxia said, "You're a pervert. Your strength is already terrifying enough. Before I entered divine transcendence, I didn't have the confidence to win against you. Now it's even more impossible." He looked a little dejected. "Where there's a will, there's a way," Yun Xiao said with a smile. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. "I am the Thunder Garden of the Thunder City Lord of Shangli City. Greetings, seniors." The voice trembled with fear and didn't dare to enter. The Thunder Garden had rushed over as soon as they received the news because the recent battle at Five Cloud Mountain had shocked the entire western region. The Holy Region had constantly sent reinforcements from the major sects, and many masters had also gone to Shangli City, but they had all been annihilated without even leaving a corpse. After Yun Xiao and the others appeared, Thunder Garden immediately judged that they were very likely to be the experts who had survived the battle at Five Cloud Mountain. So, instead of having fun with the dancers, they hurried over. As soon as he entered the courtyard, He was shocked by the aura released by Yunxiao. His face turned pale with fear, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. "Come in," Yunxiao said. Only then did the Thunder Garden dare to push open the door and enter. Still trembling with fear, he respectfully said, "The Thunder Garden greets the lords." The elder from before shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and open the teleportation to the Sea of Soul Formation. We're going back now. Can you afford to pay for wasting our time?" With their fiery temper, their contemptuous and arrogant attitude, and the terrifying aura from before, the Thunder Garden immediately determined that these people were undoubtedly elders of the Sea of Soul Formation. It immediately bowed and said, "This one has been negligent. I will arrange it now." He quickly bowed and left. He immediately began to arrange the teleportation. After all, the major cities did not necessarily have teleportation arrays that led to the Sea of Soul Formation and the Holy Region. Xianxia City happened to have one, but it might not be used even once in decades. Soon, the Thunder Garden returned and informed them that the teleportation formation had been set up. The group then entered the teleportation array and quickly disappeared from Xianxia City. The Lightning Garden heaved a heavy sigh of relief as it watched the light of teleportation disappear, its eyes flickering with uncertainty. A warrior behind him frowned and said, "City Lord, if they are really returning from the battlefield, then the experts we have sent over should be." With a pained expression, Lei Yuan patted his head and shook his head. "I'm afraid he's in trouble." This time, almost all the elites in the city were sent, but they were all annihilated. This time, not only will the nearby cities be eyeing us covetously, but I'm afraid that the few big families in the city will also stir up a storm. My position as the city lord is in danger. As far as I know, the surrounding cities have also sent many powerhouses, the warrior said. Most of them never returned. Their losses might not be less than ours. Let's hope so, the Thunder Garden sighed. We'll leave everything to fate. He shook his head in distress and went back. In the sea, a golden light appeared and extended for dozens of kilometers. It didn't disappear for a long time, making the seawater shimmer. Even after the sun had set, the golden light of the fire trees and silver flowers here was even more brilliant. It was as if there was a giant treasure hidden at the bottom of the sea, breathing in and out spiritual qi. There was no treasure within the golden light, but rather an island. It was covered with buildings that were thousands of acres wide. Roads crisscrossed the island, and people flowed back and forth. It was the Mirage City under the Sea of Soul Formation. A few hours later, Yunxiao and the others appeared directly in the Mirage, which was a large teleportation area. Suddenly, the alarm went off, and dozens of lights and shadows danced in the sky. As soon as they appeared from the tunnel, they were immediately locked on by a large number of divine senses. They're from Xianxia City in the western region. Who are they? They're being sent here without any application or approval. How rude. A thin old man with a mustache was already waiting on the side. Dozens of martial artists stood beside him, and some were hidden in the dark. There were probably more than 100 people. The elders of the Technique Garden were about to get angry, but Xianxia stopped them and said to the old man with the mustache, "We're from the Spell Garden. We're going back now." A spell garden? The bearded elder was shocked. The art garden was where the elites of the Sea of Soul Formation gathered. It could also be said to be the most powerful organization under the Sea of Soul Formation elders. However, even many elders were also members of the art garden. "You are Xianxia. Why didn't I inform Xianxia?" The old man's face was full of suspicion, and he was still a little vigilant. After all, it was a great crime to let people into the Mirage City, not to mention that they were going to the Sea of Soul Formation. However, he could not offend the elder of the Technique Garden, so he lowered his body and carefully asked. Xianxia said, "There's a reason for this." He left in a hurry. "This is my token, please inspect it." A golden light shot out. The old man with the mustache took it and looked at it. He was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. His whole body trembled and he said in shock, "Xianji, Xianji, you're Xianji, you're Xianji." Xianxia smiled slightly and took the token back in the air, saying, That's me. Make the arrangements. We'll go directly to the Sea of Soul formation. Please wait a moment. It'll be ready in a moment. The old man with the English mustache immediately dismissed the crowd and quickly made arrangements. There was a teleportation array in the Sea of Soul formation that could directly transport him to the continent. If he wanted to enter the Sea of Soul formation from the Heavenly Martial continent, he had to pass through this mirage. The Mirage City was also known as the city that never slept. Although the city was bustling with people, there were basically three kinds of people: merchants, alchemists, and warriors. More than half of the human race's high-end, profound-level weapons and medicinal pills transactions were completed here. Xianxia sighed with emotion as he kept sweeping his divine sense out, covering the surrounding area. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Shengfeng's half-year agreement was imminent and he needed to improve his puppetry, he really wanted to stay in this Mirage City for a few days. Lord Xianhua, everything has been arranged. Please. The old man with the mustache returned very quickly and respectfully made a gesture of invitation in front of Xianhua. The surrounding guards were in an uproar as they looked at Xianhua with their eyes wide open. Although they had been cultivating in the Mirage City, they had never seen this legendary titled martial sovereign. Even if they had seen him, they didn't know his identity. At this moment, when the old man mentioned him, they were all surprised and excited as they sized him up. Xianhua, on the other hand, was looking at Xianxia. His movement was noticed by the shrewd old man, and he was shocked. This was enough to prove that the young man's identity was above Xianhua's. But was this possible? The old man frowned and stole a few glances at Xianxia. He had all kinds of guesses in his heart, but he could not find a clue. Xianxia stood there motionlessly, but his eyes flickered like stars, with colorful glows emerging around them as he stared at a shop thousands of feet away. "What's the matter?" Chu Hongyan asked in surprise. Xianxia retracted his gaze and said with a calm face, "Nothing. I just found something interesting." "Something interesting?" Chu Hongyan and Xianhua were both quite puzzled. Xianhua said, "Why don't we go and take a look?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded and said, "Let's go and take a look." Xianhua immediately said to the old man with the mustache, "We're busy for now, so we'll delay the teleportation." The old man didn't dare to say no and immediately accepted the order. At the same time, he became even more curious about Yunxiao's identity, and he could not help but look at the shop in the distance. There did not seem to be anything strange about it. It was just an ordinary shop that had been in existence for a long time. The few elders of the art garden naturally followed Yunxiao, and they arrived in front of the shop in just a few steps. "What do you want to buy, my lords?" The shop assistant could tell that these people were extraordinary, especially Chu Hongyan. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. When Chu Hongyan was in Shangli City, she found herself too eye-catching and had long put on a veil. However, she still attracted attention wherever she went. Yunxiao pointed at more than a dozen jade boxes on the counter, all used to store pills, and said, "What kind of pill is this?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "You have a good eye, sir. This is an 8th-ranked Azure Frost pill. It's hard to find even with 1,000 gold. These are all fresh out of the Sea of Soul formation. They are definitely top quality and the price is fair." Yunxiao picked up a jade box and opened it. Inside was a round pill, pale green in color and emitting a strong spirit energy. But, under his magical spirit eyes, he could clearly see a trace of demonic energy inside. When the shop assistant saw him open the box, he was shocked and hurriedly went forward to snatch it, saying, "My lord, you cannot. This will cause the pill to lose its spiritual energy and its quality to drop." At this moment, a bag of vitality stones was thrown on the shop's front. The old man with the English mustache, who was in charge of the teleportation formation, had come over. He pointed at the waiter and said, "Don't babble here. These lords can see whatever they want."